And we are live. Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock, Sunday, November 9th. We have 4 hours of coverage today. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to be live on this stream right now until 1 o'clock. Yeah, that's right. Me for a half hour. I'm Josh Engelman, by the way. Follow me at Josh Engelman. That would be incredibly helpful. Greg Ehrenberg coming up next at 9:30. Then you get the goods at 10. Ben and Lofty breaking down every game on this slate. And then we've got Live Before Lock taking you all the way up until 1 p.m. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. And as I mentioned, follow me on Twitter at Josh Engelman. What's going on, everybody? NFL is here. You got me for 29 minutes, and we are going to build some lineups, German style. Atlanta, Indy. We're in Berlin. We got morning footballs today, and we're going to build some single lineups. We're going to run some sims. We're going to see what this first game looks like. Before we get started, I'm just going to pull up the real sims, the full shebang. Let's take a look at a player pool. Let's take a look at the first lineups for today for the 9:30 start in Berlin. Atlanta, Indy. We lock in 29 minutes. You should have lineups ready for this one. No crazy ownership. 3 highest owned guys, Bijan, Daniel Jones, shout out Dimes, Jonathan Taylor. Again, no surprises. Let's run it. Let's see what's popping up at the captain spot, in the flex spot. We'll build some lineups. We'll check FanDuel as well. We got a ton to do. And peep the bottom of the screen. You looking for bets? You looking for pick'em cards? Just general sports? Download the Tails app right now. It's very easy. iPhone, Android, doesn't matter. We have them both. Download the Tails app. Don't be afraid to give us a 5-star review if you can. It helps. Leave us a review, though. If you guys do this, it helps us out tremendously, and it's going to take you guys like a minute. So if you can, download the Tails app, leave us a review. We would really appreciate it. First sim done. Top 150 lineups for the Berlin game. Here are our exposures. At the captain spot, we don't really differentiate all that much from public ownership. Bijan, 16% owned in the captain spot. He's 21% in our sims. That's not that big. I mean, these leverage numbers right here, relatively tame. A little light on Jonathan Taylor, a little heavier on Bijan or Daniel Jones, but I see it as like a really difficult / fun way to play a showdown slate, because we've got 10-ish ownership on, like, we'll say Taylor and Bijan are slightly ahead of everybody around that 15 mark, but Daniel Jones, Drake London, Pierce, Pittman, Pitts, like that's a pretty flat captain ownership situation right now. And I think that opens you up to being able to do some more unique things with some less duplication. Now, flex is a very different story. Doubling the ownership on Colts D, doubling the ownership on Falcons D, slightly over Daniel Jones. And then the one name that we haven't said yet, Josh Downs, 6,400, 19% owned, top 150 lineups coming out of the sim, 28% of the time. So a little bit over the field. Negative leverage also has some extremes. Drake London, quite a bit under the field at the flex. Darnell Mooney, quite a bit under the field at the flex. Both of those are the double-digit numbers. And then you get to Tyler Warren, Penix, and then it's kind of flat. But the first thing that I'm seeing running sims like this for today's slate, there's not a lot of, is obvious the right word? I don't know. Like, there's nothing where I look at it and I'm like, okay, well, I got to have a ton of this particular guy. The sim ROIs aren't coming out like that. The overall exposures aren't coming out like that. So I think we can really build this for today, at least, the way that we think game is going to go. Like from a DFS perspective, I don't think there's anything that I look at when I see the salaries and the ownership right now where I'm like, all right, like that kind of dictates my decisions. I don't really see that much. We are getting to a bit of Amir Abdullah at $400. That's interesting. We'll see what that looks like in the single lineup sim. Two different things. Same sort of vibes, though. Right now, we're looking at the full contest sims. We generated 5,000 lineups. These are all of the results for those lineups. The single lineup sim, on the other hand, we're going to build manually. Player by player, we're going to build out a lineup and then simulate it and see how it looks. But right now, raw data, not a lot of weird stuff popping out on either side. So chat, I'm going to ask you guys, because I'm curious where you guys land. Just Fistula says, I'm fading Bijan. Aaron Lilly says, also fading Bijan. Avi, you're asking me the wrong question. Any games that I think can shoot out, maybe Chicago and the Giants, I'm going to pin that one for future shows. That one's not for me, man. This is Showdown only for me. Are there games that I think can shoot out? I'm the wrong guy to ask, because my answer is yes, all of them. I'm excited to build some single lineups here. But Avi, I will make sure that either Greg or Laffy and Ben hit that one and break it down. You're good, man. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it. That question's going to get answered. I'm not the right guy to answer it, though. Just for the Avi, just for the first half hour, I'm here to break down Colts and Falcons. So you're totally good. You're totally good. I'm like an appetizer here. I'm like the bread that they bring out to the table before everybody gets started. It's just a little bit of me talking Falcons, Colts, and then you get the whole shebang for the main slate. Kyle, you nailed it. We are not just an NBA or an NFL deeper dive and an NFL live before lock. We are multiple things today. JB Hughes says, these games never go as the field thinks. Wouldn't be surprised if the Falcons won in a low-scoring game. Avi, you're playing Thursday and Monday slates? That's a big one, man. I can see where you're going there. That's a lot. That's a lot. But I promise you, they'll hit you up with that one and have much better information than I'm going to have. I am the czar of our single lineup sim. I build lineups better than anybody. But when it comes to shootouts in the main slate, you're going to find better people for those answers. Let's build our first lineup, shall we? I think it'd be fun. And as I look at it right now, given the ownership, given the captain salaries, given the value, Daniel Jones is going to be the first name that I put into this list. What happened to Osimo? Like the human or the site? The site is still the same. The human being, he's enjoying his piles of money, his wife, his child or children. I don't know if that's multiple now or a solo, but no, he's living his life. He's enjoying himself. Success was plentiful for our friend Alex Baker, and he is reaping the rewards by living his life. Couldn't be happier for him. Daniel Jones into the captain spot. So we need to find, what do we want to pair with Daniel Jones? And the first thing that I see, we do have some ultra punt value. Yeah, Alex just won something a couple days ago. He's still constantly winning, as he normally does. We've got 4 Colts value pieces and 1 Falcons value piece as the most point per dollar-y people. And then Kyle Pitts is technically the best value of anybody real. Because those $200 and $400 dudes, they have 2 fantasy point projections. Is Amir Abdullah interesting? Yeah, we're probably going to use him. But Kyle Pitts is the top value on this showdown slate of the guys that you think are real. Tyler Algier is going to be the second name that I put into this lineup. So we've got 1 Colt, 1 Falcon so far, but Algier, 3K, and the third best point per dollar play behind Pitts and behind Daniel Jones. So just out of the gate, now that I've got these 2 in, I just want to see what's the optimal around them, which would be Bijan, Falcons, Jonathan Taylor, and Kyle Pitts. I want to see what this one looks like. This is going to be our first one. 97.9 projection, 209-ish ownership. Let's see this first lineup. -5%. We are not off to a great start. Not that I'm surprised. That's an optimal. We can move this stuff around. Just out of curiosity, what is our optimal? I probably should have looked at that first. Pitts, Abdullah, Bijan, Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, and Penix spends the full bag. My guess is that this looks pretty good, but this is probably the one that we want to pivot off of. And there we go. 43% sim ROI, 0.3% chance to win, 40% cash rate. The tricky part here is pivoting off of Abdullah. Because he's 400, it's not like we can just swap him for something different. So if we take Abdullah out, we also have to take somebody else from this lineup, whether that's Bijan, Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, or Penix. If we wanted to go to that Kyle Pitts in the captain spot, because he's only 8% owned in the captain, that's reasonable enough. One of these guys has to go. Now, if we're going to have Pitts in the captain spot, seems weird for it to be Penix. So it kind of seems like one of Daniel Jones or Jonathan Taylor have to be the guys that leave this lineup. So I'm going to take Taylor, which is going to be a pretty unique lineup. Einsteinium says Jones. So now we have 12,400 left. We got to fill a 2v2, and we have 6,200 remaining. I'm just going to put some randomness on it and see what are some of the combinations that show up. So we know that Abdullah and Taylor is the first one. So let's clear that. Let me lock these guys in so I can quickly see who we need. Abdullah and Taylor again. Is this just a weird lane? Apparently we need more than 10% rando. Okay, there we go. So with enough randomness, we did find another 2v2 that fits perfectly. We spend every dollar. But now it's Darnell Mooney and Michael Pittman. 4-2 Atlanta stack, 96.4 projection, 220 ownership. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, spam bots are here. Let's go ahead and ban that guy. Yo. Should we pause this show right now? I think we probably just ended this on the... Should I just stop? Can you guys handle 15 minutes of dead air before Greg gets here? 129 sim ROI, 0.7% chance to win, 34% cash rate. What more do you guys want? The czar of the lineup sim just built the gem. This might be the best lineup we could find right now. Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Daniel Jones, Darnell Mooney, Michael Penix, and Michael Pittman. Dueling Michaels to close it out gets us the 129 sim ROI. Can we beat that with that core four? I think that's like our only spot. Okay. We got one more option. We got to try it out. 2v2 swap. We keep Pitts, Robinson, Jones, Penix, And now, Badgley and Tyler Warren, three Hawks. That's how NBA centric I am now. 3 Falcons, 3 Colts, 95.5 projection, 215 ownership. How's it going to look? Think about that right now, because this is a very interesting thing. This is a 6-person lineup, and a 2v2 swap takes it from 120 sim ROI to -1. Just a little switch. 4 of these guys are in the exact same spot, just swapping 2 guys. 120% of ROI swing. That's a lot, just in case you're curious. Shout out Trey Flip Jones with the super chat. Red Bull and Jazz Cabbage time. Thanks, Josh. Stream complete. Trey Flip Jones, thank you for being here. That's a very interesting separation between huge ROI and negative ROI. We go back to Abdullah and Taylor. All right, 600 on the table. Let's check it out. Final one for this particular Kyle Pitts setup. Pierce in, Badgley in, $600 remaining, 94.75 projection, 213 ownership. What do we get here? My guess is the first one, the 126, is going to be the gold standard. Yeah, 17% sim ROI. So I'm going to open this one up to chat now as we get dangerously close to lock for this showdown slate. Who do you guys want to see at the captain spot here? Let's build it out. Because at captain right now, 15% ownership for Taylor and Bijan, about 10 for Daniel Jones and Drake London, very minimal elsewhere. Jeremy Juranko says cash percentage greater than ROI. No, I could not. That is the least important number that I'll see on there. Spambot getting in there again. Oh, 2 spam bots. God, we're popular. Goodbye, spam bots. All right, chat says Tyler Warren, Pierce, London, Bryant, Pittman, Taylor, Downs, Gordon. Did you guys name 9 different guys? No one. You guys didn't double up on anybody? All right. That's 2 Josh Downses. Nope, that's the same Josh Downs, JB Hughes doing it twice. All right, I'm going to start at the top. If we put $10,200 captain salary Alec Pierce into that spot, just the optimal around him, Abdullah, Bijan, Jones, Taylor, Pitts, obviously. This one's going to look pretty familiar. 4-2 Colts here. 33% sim ROI. And again, the first spot that I would look to switch is Abdullah plus something. In this case, I'd keep Daniel Jones. Probably ditch Pitts, which is going to make filling this out kind of tough. So we get Abdullah and Pitts. We get Abdullah and Pitts. We get Abdullah and Pitts. Spoiler alert, it's still Abdullah and Pitts. Abdullah Downs spends the exact same amount, 94 and 194. Let's see it. Better or worse than the first, 35.5. We can do better. We can do better. Abdullah Pitts just fits in here. It's not a lot of salary, so I'm not surprised. Maybe it's Bijan and we keep Pitts. Swap out Abdullah and Bijan. What do we get? A lot of Abdullah and Bijan. 20% randomness. Okay. Abdullah Daniel Jones. No, Abdullah Drake London. These names moved. Leaves 2,400 on the table. This is going to be negative. This is going to be negative. It's too much. Negative 20.5%. Tough scene here with Pierce in the captain spot. There's not a lot around it that I really like. Penix Algier 800 on the table. Okay, that could be okay. 3-3, Pierce Jones, Taylor, Pitts, Penix Algier. -7. -7. So now it's 9:20. We have about 9 minutes to go. Greg is going to be here shortly. I got to build one for myself. The one that I think is the best. So if we go to the captain spot, we look at ownership. To me, Kyle Pitts makes the most sense. Daniel Jones would be the alternative, but I think those two are the best two at the captain spot. I'm going to go Daniel Jones to start. Now, as we look through value, trying to find something unique. Pierce and Pittman are both similarly owned. Tyler Warren, similarly owned. I think Josh Downs is, even at a relatively bad value, I think he's got to be the guy to make that lineup a little different. Optimal around Jones Downs is probably going to be solid. We continue to get Abdullah, Bijan, Taylor, Pitts. I mean, I would expect this lineup to be pretty significantly duped. But yeah, 36% sim ROI. The value on Amir Abdullah based on our projections right now is just really difficult to dodge. It's something I don't want, but getting away from it is hard. I'm doing everything I can with randomness on to get a non-Abdullah lineup, and it is just not happening. That's how good that value is. Okay, we got one. Daniel Jones at the captain, Bijan, Mooney, Downs, Pitts, and Pittman. 95 and 205. And by the way, I haven't asked in ages, 28% sim ROI. Hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. It helps us out a ton. We want to run that number up so Greg feels better when he gets here, sees a big like number. When Laffy and Ben get here at 10, they see a big like number. So help us out. Hit that thumbs up. Christian Lemon says, Captain Mooney, Pierce, Bijan, Taylor, Pitts, and Pennis. Let's check it out, man. Let's check it out. Mooney captain. Taylor, Bijan, Pitts, Pennis, and Pierce. Penix, Pierce, Pitts. 200 left on the table, 94 projection, 216 ownership. -11. Christian. Might want to go back to the drawing board on that one. Probably a little inefficient somewhere with Mooney there at the captain spot. That one's just tough. That one's just tough. Not ideal. Hey, Christian, that doesn't mean it can't win. That's for sure. Depends on the contest, obviously. Man, spam bots are out in full effect today. And by the way, don't forget about this. This is the very simple part. Do you want to sign up at Stokastic? Get the sims that I'm showing on the screen? Very easy to do. Link in the description right now. Whichever partner you sign up for, you can see Fanatics, Onyx, Underdog, Sleeper, Better. There's a huge list of them. You click that, you follow the instructions on the screen. You're going to get a month of the sims for nothing. And they stack up. You can see it on the screen. DraftKings, you get a month. Underdog, you get a month. Onyx, you get a month. That could be 3 months if you've never signed up there before. Why not? Come in and get the best product that you could possibly have. our sims. Why not? We got 2 milli winners so far this season. 2 milli winners. Season's not that old, but every time there's a milli, it seems like there's the Stokastic logo at the top. Devon Maya, let's hit it. Jonathan Taylor. Joe Ness. London, Pierce, Colts, and Abdullah. London, Pierce, Colts D, and Amir Abdullah. 92.4 projection, 175 ownership. I think this is going to look good. Josh, there's a negative ROI lineup taking down a contest every day, over and over and over again. Constantly. And shout out to Devon here with this lineup, 55% sim ROI. Again, Jonathan Taylor, Daniel Jones, Drake London, Alec Pierce, Colts D, Amir Abdullah, 5-1 with Drake London as the lone Falcon. 55% sim ROI, 0.3% chance to win, 28% cash rate. Real Juju, you might be the final one I do here before I turn this one over to Greg. London captain, in. Badgley, in. Mooney, in. This is a very different build so far. Penix, Pitts, and JT. JT in, Penix in. Is that Pitts, right? 300 on the table, 90.85 projection, 199 ownership. This might be the final thing we look at because lock for this one is in 3 minutes. If you don't have your lineup in yet, that's probably not ideal. 49% sim ROI, 0.3% chance to win, and that 27% cash rate. You guys get Berlin football this morning. Then you get Greg building out lineups for a half hour. You can watch the game on one screen. You got Greg on the other. And then a half hour later, you get the goods. The best show in the industry. If you're looking for NFL DFS coverage, this is a pretty good start. I'd want to watch me too. Greg's going to crush it, building lineups in the Sims as well. 10 o'clock, Lofty, Ben, every single game breakdown. Where else could you possibly want to be today than right here on the Stokastic YouTube channel, tuning in to get your breakdown for all of the football that's going to take place today? I appreciate having you guys. I'm a little surprised right now. I'm going to be honest. Greg, not on the back end yet. I don't see him. He's typically here very early. That's very, very odd for me. Josh Gillum says, we finna lose by 30. Let's go Falcons. Fight, please. Is that a we? Are you a Falcons fan? Falcons plus Villanova Avatar is not a combination of two teams that I would expect. Greg was up drinking, Steve. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Big hangover. Old Greg drinking his prison wine. Making that hooch in his toilet with fermented things he finds in commissary. That's what Greg Ehrenberg is up to these days. Making prison hooch. That's what it is. Oh, Josh, you're in Athens, Georgia. That'll do it. That'll do it. EB says, I am and we suck. Ramsey says, I just left your city. I assume you're talking to me directly and you were in Wilmington? It's always fun to know that you were here. Man, it would have been really fun if you did buy that wine spot downtown back in the day. Anyway, we are 30 seconds from lock in Berlin, and that means that Greg Ehrenberg is here to talk about some NFL lineups for the main. And it's going to be a fun main slate, guys. So I hope you're ready to watch Greg and then watch Ben, Lofty, watch Eric and Spags, which I assume is the combination of the final show, but I don't know that for sure. So I'm just guessing. It's not going to change anything. We're going to be live till one way or the other. So guys, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Greg Ehrenberg, I see you now. And that is your screen on the screen. What's going on, man? Good morning.
It is tough. I had a little bit of a scare this morning. So my computer froze like 10 minutes ago. And then when I went to go reset it, did the deal when it started updating itself. And I was like, oh my, like just the worst possible timing. But it ended up finishing updating like 90 seconds ago. So all good, ready to talk about the main slate. Josh, get the hell out of here. Guys, it is time for NFL Live Before Lock. Talking about the main slate after me, as Josh said, it's going to be the deep dive, followed by Live Before Lock. And also, I'm running a little bit of giveaway here. So if you guys head on over to tails.bet, or download the Tails app, you will see pinned to the top of my profile the single lineup that I am well, at least the initial single entry lineup that I built out to play in single entry contests. It's going to be the core that I play, but there could be a couple of players that move around based on final projections and ownerships and whatnot. But that is the core of my single entry that's up on my Tails profile. If that comes in the top 4 of the SPY today, I'm going to give away one person who likes that post $1,000. So if you want a chance to win yourself some free money, just go to tails.bet, look at my pinned post, like it. Also check out the lineup if you think that's something that could be helpful to you. And you might as well, while you're there, download the Tails app and leave us a 5-star review if you've been enjoying the experience. So go on and check out that. But let's get into today's slate. And oh my God, the bots are here. The bots. All right, let me start removing some of these bots, and then we'll get into projections for the day as well. Beginning at the quarterback position, you guys will see that leading the way, we've got Josh Allen, followed by Lamar Jackson, who, if you guys go ahead and you check the single entry lineup that I'm playing for today, it actually is Lamar Jackson at quarterback. And all right, there we go. Bot's gone. Followed by Matt Stafford. So we got Stafford against the 49ers, 21 fantasy points projected to him. Drake May, Baker Mayfield. And then there's a little bit of a drop off before you get to the QBs, who are projected for just over 18 fantasy points. As far as ownership goes at the QB spot, pretty spread out. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, all just over 10% owned. And then as far as the value goes at the QB position, some pretty viable cheap quarterbacks on this slate, to be sure. We got Jacoby Brissett. We've got J.J. McCarthy, Mac Jones, who's drawing another start in place of Brock Purdy. And Mac Jones has played really well. I don't know why. He just never gets priced up on DraftKings. But you'll see here, he's still just 5K. We started with him, week 3? Was that the first game he started for Brock Purdy? Week 3, he was the Flatman 4K, and he's been great ever since then, and his price has only gone up to 5K. So he still looks like a really good value option there for the 49ers. You also got Marcus Mariota projecting decently, Davis Mills, just some really cheap quarterbacks, $4,500 Davis Mills, Marcus Mariota, $5,300, Mac Jones, 5K, got Brissett at $4,600, McCarthy at $4,900. So going cheap at quarterback, that is certainly an option for this slate. The running back position, which is not nearly as loaded as some of the other recent slates have been. We don't have any of these situations where there's a starter out and then the backup is just like woefully mispriced or anything like that. So you'll see here, we've got Christian McCaffrey, Devon Achane, Rico Dowdle, all project for north of 20 fantasy points. Then there's a little bit of a drop off in terms of projection. And then also for ownership, Dowdle's 38% owned, Achane 29%, McCaffrey 27%, no other running back north of 15% owned. We just don't have the same value propositions at running back that we've had in previous slates. And you see here the best points per dollar play we have at running back. It is Rico Dowdle. Great match for him against the Saints, and it seems that he has taken just all of the workload away from Chuba Hubbard, despite the big contract extension that Hubbard signed in the offseason. Let's see what we've got at wide receiver now. At wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua and JSN at the top end, both projected for north of 23 fantasy points. This is the first time I can remember the entire season where the top end wide receivers were projecting better than the top end running backs. But you got guys in Puka Nacua and JSN who just appear to be unstoppable and are getting crazy amounts of volume from the quarterbacks. Amon-Ra St. Brown, also just north over 20 fantasy points. And then we get to Justin Jefferson, Emeka Egbuka, who are both just over 17 fantasy points. Ownership at the wide receiver position, JSN and Puka Nacua leading the way. Amon-Ra St. Brown not far behind. Egbuka also still over 20% owned. In my opinion, I think Egbuka a little bit over-owned. It's not to say he doesn't have upside, but he does appear to be struggling when he's just been the lone number one wide receiver, having to be the alpha guy for the Buccaneers. I thought as we got closer to Sunday, this ownership was going to drop on Igbuka. It just hasn't been the case. He's still 20% owned. And then you got Zay Flowers, 18% owned. Debo, 16% owned. The value at the wide receiver position, Zay Flowers, JSN, Puka Nacua. This just shows how good the top-end wide receivers have been, where even though you've got an $8,600 price tag on JSN, an $8,700 price tag on Puka Nacua, there's still two of the top three values that we have at the wide receiver position. So yeah, they're actually cheap. Like to an extent, Debo's 5,600, Juwan Jennings is 4,600. We've got Marvin Harrison at 5,300, but there's no really real true punt wide receivers that are showing up as the top value plays. And oh my God, these bots. All right, got another one out of there. Tight end now. Tight end position, Trey McBride, 16.5 fantasy points for him. Top projected tight end on the slate. Then you got Kittle at 13.5. Then we've got Laporta, Cade Otton, Dalton Kincaid, and Zach Ertz, all just over 10 as far as their projection. And then ownership, nobody north of 20% owned at the tight end spot, but in the high teens, we've got Trey McBride and George Kittle. And then your top points per dollar tight ends in our projections, Kittle, Otton, Hunter Henry. We've got the Patriots pass catchers a little bit banged up this weekend. So that's where we got Hunter Henry sliding in here as one of the better points per dollar tight ends. So all that aside, let's start building some lineups now, guys. If you got any questions for me and you're a Stokastic sub, either at me in the Discord, or if you're just in YouTube and you want to leave a super chat for me to review your lineup, you could go ahead and do that as well. Keep in mind, we are just going to be here for 24 minutes today. And then it is going to be Lofty and Ben taking over on the deep dive, followed by Spags and Eric on Live Before Lock. So if you guys do have lineups you want me to check out, do me a favor and leave them more now as opposed to waiting until there's like 2 minutes left, because then it's like a mad dash trying to get all those lineups in. All right, let's see. Got a super chat here from Abby. Wants to know any games that we think could shoot out, maybe New York and Chicago. Yeah, I think there's a handful of games that could shoot out. Here's what I'll do, though. I will build a game stack of a game that in particular I like to get exposure to on both sides of. And yeah, there really are a bunch of them. One of the games that I'm really gravitating towards is the 49ers-Rams game. And as far as pass catchers go on the 49ers side, I just think there's some guys like George Kittle, Juwan Jennings who are underpriced. And on the Rams side of the game, the offense is just really concentrated around guys like Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. So that's the game that I do like targeting for game stacks. So let's go with Mac Jones at quarterback to save a little bit of salary. I do prefer him as an option over Stafford. And then wide receivers, let's go and plug Puka Nacua in. I'm going to plug in Juwan Jennings as well. Just zooming out a little bit there. All right. Tight end now. I'm going to go to George Kittle. So we've got our game stack here. Mac Jones to Juwan Jennings and George Kittle. These are the players that I'm getting the most of from the 49ers. And then also on the other side, getting to Puka Nacua as a running back. All right. So running backs now. It's going to be really hard to get away from Rico Dowdle, particularly in our data. If we're running stuff in the single lineup sims, we've got Dowdle projected so well. I mean, $6,300, north of 20 fantasy points. So he's the third highest projected running back on the slate. The only running backs projecting higher are Christian McCaffrey and Devon Achane. Achane is only nominally out projecting them, and that's at $1,100 more. So if you guys just run our sims and don't make any kind of alterations, Dowdle shows up in a shit ton of lineups, but I really think he should. And as a result, anyway, to what I'm getting to is if we build lineups in the single lineup sim that don't include Rico Dowdle, it's probably going to be capping the kind of sim ROIs that we get in return. Let's see. Any other wide receivers? I'm going to plug in Zay Flowers here as well at wide receiver. And I'll just put this on 10% randomness and have it complete the rest of the lineup for us. But this is a game stack that, like I said, I do really like for this slate. And what did it end up giving us? So we got Mac Jones, Christian McCaffrey. All right, was just trying to go to the passing game and wasn't even going to include McCaffrey. But with that said, I don't have an issue with Mac Jones triple stacks that include McCaffrey. We know what McCaffrey's workload looks like in the passing game. And then the other wide receivers, or I should say pass catchers we have in here, Kittle's only 4,500, Jennings 4,600. So even if it wasn't intentional, we got to Mark Andrews at 3,400 as a punt as well. Yeah, it might be a little bit too aggressive stacking of the 49ers. Then we also have Mark Andrews as well as Zay Flowers. So that might hurt the sim ROI a little bit, but we'll give it a run. We'll see how it looks. Overall, it's a bunch of individual players I like. And let's see what we have here. Oh, this is for Josh. All right, this lineup ended up coming out pretty good, though. 80.9% sim ROI. And then we've got Mike H wants to know best cash lineup, and thanks. Yes. So if you guys are using our tools, here's how I do think is the best way you should go about building a cash game lineup. Just set this to 0% randomness. Go to ownership first. Lock in some of the highest owned players on the slate. So Rico Dowdle, Devon Achane. We'll go JSN. See if there's anybody else who I think really should be in a cash game lineup. I'll put Zay Flowers in here. All right, so yeah, we'll just lock these 4 guys in: Rico Dowdle, Devon Achane, JSN, Zay Flowers. Set this at 0% randomness, and then just press complete the lineup. Then we got Josh Allen at quarterback. We got Juwan Jennings, Cade Otton, Hunter Henry, Jets defense. So this is the way that I do think you should go about building cash game lineups using our tools. Just lock in some of the highest owned players on the slate that you think you absolutely need to have in cash game. Then go to the single lineup sim, put it on 0% randomness, and just complete the lineup. You don't have to sim it. The simulation portion, that's going to be done for GPP settings, so it's not going to give you the results that you are looking for in terms of sim ROI relative to a cash game. But yeah, do this closer to lock as we get more updated information and any kind of changes that happen with injuries. But yeah, I think that this is the way you should go about building a cash game lineup. And at least for now, it would be Josh Allen, Devon Achane, Rico Dowdle, JSN, Zay Flowers, Juwan Jennings, Cade Otton, Hunter Henry, and the Jets defense. Let's see what we've got next. Avi, can I run a Charger stack with a run back on FanDuel? Absolutely. Let's go over to FanDuel. All right, so let's go and look at the Chargers game. I'll delete that lineup. That's one that Lofty and I built on Wednesday. Let's isolate the Chargers. Where are they? Where are... Well, wait a second. Aren't the Chargers not on the main slate today? Am I missing something? Am I being punked again? I feel like I'm being punked. They're not playing on the main slate. All right. Let's just skip past this. Yeah, they're not on the slate. Ah, that's why. Avi's got the wrong slate selected. All right. This is 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row that I've been punked on the show. Last week it was the lineup that used too much salary. Now we've got the lineup with the game that isn't on the slate. All right, let's see if we got any lineups from Discord that I could plug in. We've got one from Matty Ice. He wants to build a DraftKings lineup. All right. So let's go to DraftKings, and we've got Allen Cook, Achane. Okay. Josh Allen. James Cook. Interesting. I can tell you for me, I don't like this lineup at first glance. I think there's a little bit too much negative correlation between Josh Allen and James Cook. But we'll see. And then we'll just go 15% randomness and complete the lineup. All right. Allen, Achane, Dowdle, Flowers, Samuel, Tez Johnson, David Njoku, James Cook, Jaguars defense. Yeah, I just think it doesn't have enough correlation, at least positive correlation. And there's a little bit of negative correlation between Josh Allen and then with James Cook in there. Still ended up 35% sim ROI, but wouldn't be my choice lineup to hand build. Heel push. Can you run an early only optimal for DraftKings? Sure. So if I go to the early only slate and just press the optimal lineup on 0% randomness, I can let you know what that is. It is Josh Allen, Devon Achane, Rico Dowdle, Emeka Egbuka, Zay Flowers, Parker Washington, Hunter Henry, Travion Henderson, Jaguars defense. I'll check to see how that sims out. Probably not all that well, but we can run it through. Keep in mind, this is just the points per dollar optimal, not necessarily like the best lineup you could build for a GPP purpose. Still just it projected well enough that it came out okay. But yeah, once again, wouldn't be a lineup that I'd play in a tournament or anything like that. Let's see what we've got here. Richie Smalls wants to build a Goff, Jameson Williams. All right, what are we doing here? This bot in chat is just promoting keywords on Google. What's that doing for anybody? Richie, Goff lineup. Goff. Why is Goff not showing up here? Because that is on the main slate. This is weird. Do I have a weird filter on or something? Oh, I have the early only selected still. Of course. All right, back to the main. There we go. There we go. I was confused for a second. All right, Goff, Jameson Williams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then we've got, who else? He's got Cook and Achane in the lineup. Oh, no, Cook and Kincaid. My bad. Cook and Dalton Kincaid. And, all right, we'll just throw this on 10% randomness to fill out the rest of the lineup. And we'll get an idea here of how a Detroit Lions stack looks, because we've got Jared Goff to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams. No run back on the other side. Let's give it a run. So Richie wants to know how a Lions lineup is going to look. Yeah, Tom is correct. Greg punked himself. I'm so on guard for it right now. But this was one too where I'm like, what's going on here? Because this is one that, like, we were just looking at Lions projections. I couldn't figure out why I wasn't there. And yeah, this was just me being an idiot this time. This was on me. 41.2% sim ROI. So, okay. All right. Nothing crazy, but ended up coming out okay. So I'm going to build a lineup here that I really like to build some of my stuff around for this weekend. That's Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's my favorite overall quarterback on the slate. He's underpriced. I think the Ravens offense overall is underpriced because Lamar Jackson was out for what he missed 5 weeks, something like that. And the team is still kind of priced as if you have Cooper Rush at quarterback. So Zay Flowers is only $5,900. Yes, please. Mark Andrews, $3,400. I believe that's his salary. Yeah, $3,400. Also, pretty interested in Mark Andrews. You don't have to make double stacks with Lamar. Skinny stacks also work. But for this lineup, I'm going to build a double stack. And I'm actually not going to include a run back from the Vikings side of the game. I don't mind getting to JJ McCarthy as a QB, but for my Ravens stacks, I don't necessarily need a run back. The real appeal to JJ McCarthy is that he's only $4,900. And yeah, that's just a crazy cheap price tag. So it's easy enough to just plug in McCarthy with like Addison or with Justin Jefferson or something like that. But the majority of my Ravens stacks, I don't think will have run backs from the Vikings. All right, so let's just go to now. We'll go Achane, we'll go Dowdle. We'll go to some of the more popular running backs for the purposes of this lineup, just to get an idea for how this would look. What does that give us? $5,000 in average salary remaining. Let's see, what's a good cheap defense that projects well for us points per dollar? We'll go Jaguars at 2,600. Overall, I very rarely have defense takes. But Davis Mills is starting a quarterback for the Texans. Their offensive line has already been a disaster. The Jaguars defense might have like 6-7 sacks in this game. I like them as a defense. $2,600. I'm playing them. All right. What else do we want to get to? I'll just complete it at the 10% randomness. Puka Nacua showed up. We got Marvin Harrison, Hunter Henry, so double tight end lineup. Let's run this. I think this will come out as the highest sim ROI of any of the lineups that we've built so far here. Colin James says, I am drunk. The Vikings defense is going to kill them. Okay. Well, Sibs gave us a 122.4% sim ROI on this Lamar Jackson lineup. So I don't know. Simming out pretty well. Looks pretty good from that standpoint. Yeah, so I like getting to the Lamar Jackson and Raven stacks. That is the team I'm getting the most exposure to, and I've kind of planned on that being the case since like Wednesday when Lofty and I were doing the single lineup show. And that's also why when I posted that lineup over on Tails, which once again, if you guys missed the top of the show, if you go to tails.bet or download the Tails app, you follow me, Greg and McGuire there. Follow all the guys that are here. We're all on Tails. I've pinned to my profile the first version of the single entry lineup that I'm playing today. And if that lineup ends up coming in top 4 in the SPY today, I'm going to give away $1,000 to one person who likes the lineup. So go ahead and just like that flame emoji you see over on Tails. Just give it a like, and then you have a chance to win $1,000 if I win some money for it today. People in chat also wanting to know, I see that question there from CJ. CJ says, I signed up for one of the affiliate sites yesterday. Would I be able to get the free month of Sims before the new game starts? Okay, so you're a West Coast time. Yep, make sure that you message support at stokastic.com. I can't make any promises because it's the weekend and News God gets a little backloaded with the requests sometimes. But yeah, if you go ahead and email him, I will send him a message in 10 minutes after we wrap up here, and I'll tell him to be on the lookout for your message. Can't promise it, but we'll do our best to do that. And if anybody else wants to take advantage of the affiliate offers, there's a link down below in the YouTube description box for each one of our partners you sign up for. Just like CJ did here, you'll get 1 free month of Stokastic single sport sims to a sport of your choosing. Let's see. Was there any other lineups that you guys wanted me to run? If not, I'll go about building my own. And yeah, nothing else from the super chats or Discord. So I'm going to go over to FanDuel and build a lineup now. And for FanDuel purposes, let's build a lineup with Matt Stafford at 8K. Stafford, I think Ram stacks certainly make a little bit of sense on DraftKings, but on FanDuel as well, where you've got a guy here in Matt Stafford, where the rushing upside matters a little bit less on the FanDuel side. Let's go to Matt Stafford, and we'll go to Puka Nacua. We'll just make it a skinny stack here. Stafford to Nacua. And I'm going to run it back with Kittle at tight end. All right, so we've got Stafford, Nacua, Kittle at tight end. Let's go to running back now. Let's see, just sorting by value. Once again, going to be hard to have lineups that sim well without Rico Dowdle. Going to plug him in. Also going to go to Quinshon Judkins here. So Judkins, I wasn't exactly sure what to make of him earlier on in the week, but I've landed more on the side of wanting to play Judkins. You got this Jets team. They just traded away Sauce Gardner. They just traded away Quinnen Williams. The defense is going to be weaker. I think there's a wide range of outcomes with the Jets here. Aaron Glenn has appeared to be a train wreck at coach. The Jets might totally roll over the rest of the season. I don't know for sure that's going to be the case, but I definitely think it is one of the more likely scenarios. And as a result, I want to get some exposure to the Browns via Judkins. I don't want anything to do with the Browns passing game, but the run game with Judkins, I think there's some upside there. He's also not crazy popular for the slate. So I'll plug Judkins in, and now let's just complete the lineup around what we have because I see some super chats are starting to come in. And we got Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Lane at just $4,800. Interesting that he showed up at low ownership. And then we've also got Trevion Henderson at $5,900. Henderson is in play on both sites, but he looks like a very, very strong option at $5,900 on FanDuel. Really strong option on FanDuel. Let's see how this one comes out. Pretty good. 111.7% sim ROI. And now let's start plugging in these lineups that you guys super chatted here. First from Matt on DraftKings. May, Hunter, Douglas, and Otten on DraftKings. Yes, sir. Okay, Drake May. Let's see. Cool. I've got the right slate selected now. Drake May. We've got, by Hunter, I'm assuming you mean Hunter Henry. I'm making an educated guess. Then you've got Douglas and Otten. So double tight end. And that would make sense as well because you've got a run back here. Oops, have to put him in flex. All right. Drake May, Demario Douglas, Hunter Henry, Cade Otton. I'll complete it with 10% randomness. See what shows up for us. We got in here Puka Nacua and JSN. We got Breece Hall at running back. Don't love Breece Hall, but if he's in one line, it's not the end of the world. Jaguars defense. All right, let's run this in. If it doesn't come out well, we'll take out Breece Hall and try plugging in some other guys. I think this should be okay, though. Although it doesn't have Dowdle, so maybe not. Still came out fine. 63.4. Oh, no, it did have Dowdle. My bad. All right, yeah, 63.4% sim ROI. Yeah, I have a feeling if we took out Breece Hall and kind of move things around, it could come out a little bit higher, but no issues with that. Devon's lineup here. He's got Lamar Jackson, Devon Achane, Rico Dowdle, Puka Nacua, JSN, Alameda Zaccheaus, Mark Andrews. Then you got Arroyo in the Jags defense. All right. I think this one should come out looking pretty good too. Probably ways that we could potentially improve it, but like I don't love Arroyo for this slate, especially when you already have JSN in the lineup. But he's cheap; it might not be the end of the world. All right, wide receivers. You had both the pay-ups, Nacua and JSN. You've got Alameda Zaccheaus to save some salary with. I like him as a contrarian option as well, just $3,600 and 3% owned. You've got Mark Andrews. Then you went with Arroyo as well. Yeah, we've got him projected for 5 fantasy points. That's the one. I get it, though. I'm assuming you kind of built out the entire rest of the lineup, and he was just who fit in to that flex spot. I'm pretty sure that's what ended up happening here. But let's see what happens when we run the sim. If it comes out well, it comes out well. Okay, 19.1. I thought it was going to be a little bit higher than this, to be honest. What you might have to do is take out, I think you might be a little bit 2 stars in scrubs, and then the Arroyo piece there, you just need a little bit more salary. Let's see if we take out Achane. Let's see what shows up. If we take out Achane, and we'll take out, maybe there's a cheaper defense that works in here as well. All right. So it ended up being Breece Hall showed up in the lineup. Cade Otton for double tight end in Jaguars defense. Let's just see how this goes. If we were able to get Arroyo out of the lineup and instead got to Cade Otton by going from Achane to Breece Hall. Let's just see what this does to the sim ROI. It was 19% before. We just did a 2v2 swap. This got us to 39%. It was really Arroyo that's dragging you down, particularly when you already have JSN in that lineup. All right, just 2 minutes left to go. Let me make sure there wasn't anything that I missed. No, we got all the super chats. We got all the questions from you guys. I'm going to quickly build out one. Oh, no, Avi. Okay, Avi just left the super chat. So let's plug in Avi's lineup, and that will end it for us. And then I'll turn this over to Lofty and Ben on the deep dive. All right, so Avi over on FanDuel. McCarthy, Dowdle. And Judkins. All right, another Judkins lineup. And then we've got Addison, Igbuka, and Bateman at wide receiver. Interesting. I don't know how this one's going to come out. I don't know. There's a lot of players in here that I'm probably not playing today, or at least not playing in any kind of meaningful way. I could be on the total wrong side of Igbuka. I don't understand why he's just as popular as all of the other spend-up wide receivers this week. Like, if I have the choice to, and it's not even like entirely anti-Igbuka thing for me. It's just more so, if I could pay up for any wide receiver, why am I paying up for Igbuka over JSN, over Puka Nacua, over Amon-Ra St. Brown? It'd be one thing if it was a leverage point where he was, or a pivot point where he was just way lower owned than them, but he's not. He's over 20% owned on FanDuel and DraftKings. He's just as popular as them. I'd just rather pay up for the other guys. Bateman, and then you got Kincaid, Kittle, and the Jaguars defense. Okay. And the Jaguars. What are we thinking here? How is this going to come out? All right, one more lineup. I see we got from Raw Dog. So, by the way, shout out to Rodney left a super chat. There's no question tied to it, just the super chat there. But nonetheless, appreciate the support there, Rodney. And then this lineup from Raw Dog, yeah, negative 23.9% sim ROI. So, Avi, I just think you have to rebuild this lineup. There's too many players in here that just don't project well. Like, we've got Rashad Bateman for 5 fantasy points. I mentioned Egbuka, 21.5% ownership. I'd just rather pay up for other wide receivers. So that lineup didn't come out looking all that great. All right, here we go. Raw Dog. Let's plug this one in for you. And the bots are here. Like these bots are lazy. At least the sex bots were selling something appealing. Now these bots just show up just emojis. Step your game up, bots. We've got AI around. The bots should be improving. It should be better. All right, Drake May, Christian McCaffrey, Rico Dowdle. And then you've got Diggs, Samuel, Shaheed. I don't know how this one's going to come out. I don't have like a real firm guess on it. I do like the Diggs to Drake May stack. I think that Diggs is somebody who's going a little bit overlooked on the slate. He's somebody who, if I was entering my lineups right now, I'd be doing a positive ROI boost to get to a little bit more lineups than just what the data gives us. Because I still think there's upside there. Then you've also got shorthanded pass catching situation with Abute out for the Patriots. So I know our data likes Demario Douglas a little bit more, but I still want to be getting to Diggs, probably like 20% of lineups or something like that. All right. So have the optimizer complete the rest of the lineup, and now we'll sim it. So we got Hunter Henry, Trevion Henderson. All right. So we just ended up getting to a triple stack of the Patriots. It just gave it to us on its own, 19.2% sim ROI. Shaheed projects really poorly for us. So that's probably what's dragging that lineup down more than anything, but not like it's terrible. 19.2% sim ROI. Guys, thank you very much for watching. If you haven't done it yet, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Don't go anywhere. We've got, for the next 3 hours, NFL coverage coming up on the channel. I've also got my single lineup posted over on Tail, so give that a like if you want a chance to win yourself $1,000 with no risk to yourself. There's no reason you shouldn't go to Tails and go ahead and like that post. So make sure you do that before we get to lock. And other than that, guys, good luck with all your lineups. Lofty and Ben, they're up next.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome. Good morning to the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Sunday Week 10 edition. Dave Lockren, Ben Rasa. And we got a game. Well, we got 10 games ahead of us, but a few games that I can't wait to dig into. As always, glad to have you here. We'll get to the atonement in a second. But first, Ben, how we doing, brother?
I'm good. You look crisp.
You know, I feel like I need to turn the lights up in the back a little bit.
Yeah.
Which I may do right now.
It's throwing me off a little. I'm not going to lie.
But it is clean.
It's very clean.
I adjusted my setup. I adjusted my setup the other day. Yeah. Brought the lights down a little bit. Say hello to the people. Let me fix my lights.
I'll say hi. Hi, everybody. Yeah. No, we're ready to rock. I'll get all my college football stuff out of the way while you're gone. Good day of college football yesterday. We're feeling good. We got an interesting slate last week.
How's that?
What?
How's that? A little better?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's better. I was just about to say, I was talking about college football, but I was going to say, last week was interesting. All the value that opened up, unless you're going to tell me something I don't know, that didn't really happen as much this week. So I'm kind of interested to break down this slate because I don't think we have nearly as many guys where I'm just like, wow, this is, Monungai level crazy where I might just lock a player.
Agreed. You have a really tough matchup too for somebody like Henderson, whose price is up even with Ramondre out.
Yes.
Even if Alvin Kamara somehow ended up sitting, Devin Neal is not really the answer. So just look like Aaron Jones is expected to play. Bucky Irving's out, but Rashad White's price is up. I think, the most notable one outside of Dowdle inexplicably still being $6,300, the most notable one is Kayshon Boutte being out, and then you get DeMario Douglas at 4K flat. I really do think that's probably, one of, if not the best overall value on the slate.
Yeah, but I don't disagree. But to your point, not everything checks out. You have good prices, tough matchups. You've got good matchup, tough prices. You have low volume, high upside. Last week, we had guys with great volume, great matchup, great price. And that just didn't line up this week. And I prefer it this way. I think there's more decisions. The pivots will be more lucrative. It's hard to make a case to pivot off a guy, in the lower fives or upper fours when he's going to get 25 touches in a positive game script. It's really hard to make that case.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I fully agree with you that there is far less value than there was last week. Last week you had Kyle Monungai, but not only that. Henderson was in a good spot. Who was the other cheap running back that we got to a lot of, and also had a solid? There was another one, wasn't there?
Last week?
Yeah. Who was the other one?
Monungai and Henderson. Tracy didn't play well.
No, Tracy sucked, but I thought there was another semi-discounted option that maybe I just got a ton of McCaffrey and I'm thinking about all the McCaffrey and Monungai pairings. That might have been
one of those weeks where after the 1 p.m. I was like, man, all right, I am set up nicely. But in hindsight, I realized so was everybody else for the most part because everyone went wild. Obviously, the Bengals game devolved and it made for a crazy slate, but I think we're
also Brock Bowers was 5K flat.
Yes, and he scored 10x, the random 10x game.
What do you have, $120 and 3 or something? With 10 receptions. Whatever it was crazy.
I think he had one catch on Thursday.
He did for 30 or something. Not surprised, man. Vance Joseph can come out there and do damage. Anyway, glad to have you guys here. Thank you for joining us. I know there is currently a game taking place in Germany, but the real action starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. Let's not fool ourselves. So if you guys don't mind, take a single second, atone for your sins. It's Sunday morning. Some may say you should be elsewhere, but you're here. The least you can do is hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. Goes a long way. It's free to do, and we appreciate you guys in advance. I also did want to say, before we get started, we're going to dive into the first game we've got, Baltimore and Minnesota, in just a second. Big, huge thank you to all of you guys who took a couple minutes out of your day and went and rated and reviewed the Tails app. We had a ton of them flow in over the weekend. Usually it's on a 24-hour delay. They have to get approved in some capacity. You can't just be saying crazy shit and get it approved. But we had a bunch come in over the past couple of days, and I recognize a lot of those names. So thank you guys. If you haven't done it, you get a second today, even during this show, and you're enjoying Tails and all of the free picks over there, all of the free DFS content, everything we have to offer on a platform that we continue to grow and try and make better than anything else out there. If you're liking it, if you realize some profit as a result, if it's provided some good entertainment, Ben and I are never going to ask you. We're never going to say, okay, now you got to pay. We got you. Nothing like that. The only thing we'd ask is if you hit us with a rating and a review, it would be huge in the Tails app, whether it's in the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store. That's going to help us continue to make this platform way better, not just for us, but for you guys as well, and allow us, obviously, to always keep this free on everything else. So there you go, Jay Wish, Jazz, you've been crushing there.
Appreciate you. Yeah, it's been a good run right now. We're going to try to keep it moving today. I will certainly have some NFL bets. Already dropped one for Berlin. it's going horribly, but that's all right. Let's get into it.
So I got a new setup going over here. I'm letting you and everybody else know that in case, myself, I forget who gave me this nickname, but self-producer extraordinaire. I don't know. It was somebody very respectful. The name, I'm drawing a blank. However, it may not be as streamlined as it typically is. So feel free to filibuster when I'm trying to move in and out of these screen shares. I think we'll be good. It may just take me a couple games to get where I need to go. It's just a different setup. That's all. We can't be perfect here.
Yeah. All right, fine. You do what you need to do.
Well, you don't have to do anything. You just got to talk.
Yeah.
I'm doing everything over here.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Are you doing that?
My fault.
Yeah.
My fault.
Yeah.
You're right.
I don't think so.
You've made a
Sounds
huge difference already.
Happen on the fly.
No, that's a big
He's
impact.
juggling
I'm
over
sure.
here.
I'm sure that's why people tune in. All
That's
right. You ready? You ready to dig into this?
yeah. On Monday.
All right.
What was that huge spike in viewer retention? It's like, well, I pressed the drums.
Yeah. You have people. You did that the other week. I was out at a couple of buddies at a bar, and they're like, "Did you see that deeper dive show?" Like, no, what's that? Like the bongos.
The bongo man.
Anyway, let's dive into this one. I will throw our exposures up as we move throughout this. So first things first, Ben. And let me zoom in a tiny bit so that people can see this a little better. Like I said, it may take a second to get my sea legs here. But the one thing that stands out when you've got Baltimore, they are a 4.5-point road favorite, despite the fact that you had Minnesota come into Detroit facing a Lions team that was coming off of a bye, and they took care of business. I didn't expect that to happen, honestly. I really didn't. But they did. Ultimately, though, Ravens still 4.5-point favorites. Zay Flowers sub 6K here is a really interesting spot. And I've got to tell you, I know Brian Flores can bring the pressure. We know that. And it worked against, a statuesque quarterback in Jared Goff last week. It worked quite well. He really struggled. And Goff can get the ball out quick. But Minnesota also has, and I could go over the list, but I did it last week, so I'll spare you the repetition. They have the ability, their secondary has given up a bunch of deep receptions, like 40+ yard receptions this year. And Zay Flowers is the type of guy that if you get locked into a close game, and we haven't actually seen many of them, at least not with Lamar Jackson at the helm, if you get locked into a close game, Zay Flowers could see a big workload. So I'm not at all surprised we're getting that type of exposure to him this week.
No, price point is reasonable. And it's funny, everyone, me included, the Ravens, they were on the cusp of unraveling. And now it seems like everyone has swung the pendulum too far the other way, where it's like, oh, the Ravens, they're fine. They're back. They beat Miami. Let's not get crazy. They need these games. This is a huge game. And yes, the defense is coming along, but Lamar, Zay, and honestly, both tight ends, we're getting more Mark Andrews than at least what I've run so far, but likely is sub 3K. He's on the field basically as much as Andrews, if not a little more. I do slightly prefer Andrews, but you have pairing options with Lamar. We also know that Lamar, he can run, so you can go naked, you could go skinny. I like the Ravens in this game. This is a very competitive game, and I'm with you. I was on the Lions last week. I was borderline stunned that JJ McCarthy was able to go in there and get it done. That really did surprise me. Me
too. And I mean, in fairness, it wasn't like the JJ McCarthy game. You know what I mean? He didn't make the mistakes, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, he threw for 143 yards. Fantasy wise, he was fine because he threw for 2 touchdowns and he ran one in, but he ran 9 times for 12 yards, Ben. He completed 14 passes. He had a yards per attempt of 5.7. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and just be like, wow, JJ McCarthy, man, this guy is actually as good as everyone said. I think the jury is absolutely still out there. So, he's on the other side of this game. When I talk about Baltimore, though, I like Zay, clearly like Lamar. I intend on having a good amount of Lamar Jackson. You mentioned Isaiah Likely, too. I have no problem there. I don't know how much of Bateman I get to or guys like that, but Mark Andrews stands out as a perfectly reasonable play. He's 3,400, 2 touchdowns last week. Were those his only 2 receptions? I feel like they were.
Yeah, that tracks.
But the one guy that I don't see myself getting to a ton of here, and maybe I'll regret it, but the running back position has a lot of talent I like all the way up to the top and in this mid-range where Derrick Henry resides. I don't think I get to much Derrick Henry today. Doesn't feel like a spot where I really boosted either.
Yeah, and this is a good question right on that, because he will be the way to get different, but I don't think in the totality of the slate, it's the best spot. It's a huge opportunity cost. Minnesota's not the strongest run defense I've ever seen, but they're also not the weakest. And Henry has just shown, I mean, historically, he was able to bail himself out. He's still that guy that he has to rumble for 2 touchdowns. He's not getting the volume in the passing game. It's very thin margins. And even if he has an effective game, he has to beat the Kyron Achans of the world. And I don't know how often he does that.
Okay, so then with that in mind, how do you prioritize Baltimore today? I know you mentioned Likely, and I like Isaiah Likely too. I think that's a good price point. I would argue he's underpriced, and we've only seen him play one game to completion with Lamar Jackson, and he had a nice long reception there. He is a very athletic, talented tight end, but we can't ignore the fact that Mark Andrews is also only like $500 more expensive as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to prioritize the game is Lamar +1 more than +2. But either one of those, whether it's you want to go get Zay or just pick one of the tight ends, I'm fine with that. I'll also probably have some independent Ravens just elsewhere in lineups. I'm fine with just like Zay Flowers in a random stack that has nothing to do with this game because they're just good price points. That's the extent of it for me. I don't think I want to go any further than that.
I don't disagree. That's pretty much where I'm at now on the Minnesota side. I don't actually find myself getting to a lot. A little bit of JJ McCarthy because he's sub 5K. Seems reasonable enough. Hawkinson scored last week, but you're still talking about a guy in Hawkinson who, despite the score, finished with single-digit fantasy points, right? Like, that's kind of hard to do. He had 2 for 11. Thank God he bailed some of us out by not blanking us, Otherwise, we would have had 3. But you just haven't seen any real noteworthy games from Hawkinson at all. Whether it's with Wentz, whether it's with McCarthy, it hasn't seemed to make a difference. And then if you're playing Justin Jefferson, by the way, in chat, let me know where you guys are at on Justin Jefferson. Genuinely curious to know where you guys stand in a spot like this because you have guys like JSN, you have Puka Nacua, right? Not only do you have Puka Nacua, but you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I actually think could go a little under-owned here, and I like him quite a bit. Justin Jefferson, if you were to play him and he has a big game, you would think you'd be getting good leverage there, but we're still projecting Jefferson for a lot of ownership, man. I don't know how I get to that much on this slate.
Yeah, it's a weird situation because I may have fallen into this trap too. We were just talking about JJ McCarthy, and then you told me he had like 150 yards passing. It felt like more. And, Jefferson had the touchdown. It felt like a bigger game from both of them. And I think maybe with that combined sub 8K, I know he's 79, but there's a lot of things just breaking in his favor to push the ownership up a little bit, say 10 or 15 or 20% more than I would have thought it was.
I mean, Jefferson had 47 yards.
That's what I mean. It felt genuinely more than that. It really did. He's still a great player. I mean, you can go there. It's just another opportunity cost. This game is full of that. If I had to label the first game we're talking about, it would be opportunity cost because these are good players. But besides the Ravens pass catchers, I think I can make a good argument that every other guy is next to 2 or 3 guys that I prefer elsewhere.
Yeah. Joseph, McCarthy made the plays when he had to and didn't make mistakes. Yeah. So he did throw an interception, but I agree. It's the same thing I said. It's the same thing I said a few minutes ago. But making the plays when you have to and not making any mistakes it's not a direct translation to fantasy production either. We can't ignore that.
No, it translates to winning.
Right. But winning doesn't.
You don't get points for winning.
Joe Flacco's lost each of his last 2 games, and he's been fantastic from a DFS perspective. He hasn't lost the games, but his team has lost the games, and you and I couldn't give a single shit about that because he's performed well. By the way, can you do me a favor? This is just the producer in me. I'm sorry. Can you center your camera a little bit?
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, if you knew him, why didn't you just do it?
Because it's hard to – how's that? Is that better?
Tiny bit more, just a smidge.
can never.
Now we are in business. You see that?
Not really, but sure.
I mean, you were halfway off. I only saw.
I'm used to doing Goblin of the Week. You got me like this talking. What do you want me to say?
That's fair. You've just never reverted back.
Yeah, my neck is permanently damaged from the first look.
Listen, the chat is going to chime in and say, Ben, way better. Now we can actually enjoy the show. And I don't blame them.
Yeah, no one said that.
All right. Anything else for Minnesota?
No. Good point about Hawkinson. I played him last week. I was very fortunate to even get a middling game because he scored, and that was about all I could say. We did have a super chat. It's not for a game, but suggestions for a $1,500 main slot entry. Honestly, no. I would just, if you're using the tools, go to the higher stakes. Make sure you're doing that, and just play it as, just know the parameters. You know, the ownership will be even more on point. But don't be afraid. That's the biggest thing. Whatever you did to get there, that's the biggest mistake people make. They're like, I have this new entry. I don't want to lose. Like, just, you're obviously building effective lineups to get in there if you satellite. So just same old structure.
SVT Mike. Oh, Ben is here. I couldn't see him. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Where you got burners in there?
Zach, way better. Skip. Now I can hear you, Ben.
Now you can hear. Oh, okay. So I was that off.
Well, you were so far away. Your microphone, it's probably like a, unidirectional mic. So you were so far over here.
Why did we switch sides?
You were just speaking into the void. I don't know. Just go with it.
No. All right.
But see, I'm just throwing it out there. Goatland. And yes, now we can actually enjoy the show. Same with Bob. That's all. Did you switch us back?
Yes.
Oh, look at you.
You're the only one who produces on this show.
Look at you doing some work over here. All right, getting your hands dirty, huh? I do want to know where you're at on Jacksonville, though. They're 1.5-point favorites. This one swung once the CJ Stroud news broke. Someone said I was crazy for saying I don't think Davis Mills is a massive downgrade from Stroud because I'm not sure how big a difference it makes with an offensive line like that anyway. But there's no Brian Thomas Jr. for the Jaguars. I don't know how much of a difference that makes either, if we're being honest. And look, I'm not trying to throw shade on Brian Thomas Jr., Ben, but we would be lying if we just pretended he was good this year. And it's not just, the chemistry hasn't been great with Trevor Lawrence, which is also true, but Brian Thomas Jr. has not played good football this year. If you want to argue that it's like a lingering wrist injury, I know some people made that argument, fine. It's not been a good season. And you see, don't take my word for it. Even before he got hurt last week, you legitimately saw Trevor Lawrence favoring Parker Washington over Brian Thomas Jr.
No doubt. I've been on more Jags stacks than most, and they haven't panned out. Now, Parker Washington was salary relief. He was in the 3s. Now he's got a significant bump here, and he's going against a Texans defense that, yes, that was super frustrating. I bet the Texans last week. I thought I got a raw deal. They still had opportunities to win the game. Sutton absolutely worked Stingley on a touchdown, which I was shocked about. I don't know if I want to. Both the defenses in this game are going to be some of the most popular defenses on this slate, and I guess it's warranted. Sub 40 total, a pick 'em, an offensive line that's non-existent for Houston. Houston's defense can make Lawrence do stupid stuff. I'm not sure how much interest I have in Jacksonville at all. And then you add in, the wrinkles of what's going on here on the outside. You mentioned Thomas, obviously, they made the trades, blah, blah, blah. ETN. I don't think I want any of this, to be completely honest. If I had to take one player besides the Jaguars defense, it would be Parker Washington.
I don't even disagree. Well, yeah, right. The Jags defense, Parker Washington. I just have, and it sounds like you're saying the same thing. I have a lot of respect for this Houston defense, man.
At home, divisional game, gotta have it.
Coming off a brutal loss last week, that in all fairness, and you can say, because I bet the Broncos side, and I'm open to say I got, fortunate on that. But also, I don't think Stroud being out of that game should have precluded Houston from winning. Like every time I looked at that game, right, and I was flipping back and forth, every time I looked, forget about CJ Stroud, because Davis Mills came in 3 minutes into the second quarter. He played essentially 3 quarters of that game. Every time you watched, was Houston not somehow in the red zone and finished with 15 points? They moved the ball down the field almost every drive. And then Denver made these stands. but it should. I don't know. It was an odd game, but now you've got Houston coming off a tough loss here. I look at the Houston side of this game, and it's clearly ugly. But I will, and I've said this before, and I'll stick with it. I'm going to have not a lot. You're not going to need to get a lot at all. But I'm going to have some pieces of a Davis Mills, Nico Collins skinny. Davis Mills is $4,500. He's $500 off the floor at the quarterback position. Nico Collins is $6,700. I don't know what his prop is now. I bet it, and I threw it up on Tails at 56.5. I would be curious to know what it is at now. But I grabbed it at 56.5 earlier in the week. This was on Wednesday when it first dropped. And it felt like regardless of the quarterback, whenever you have a backup, a lot of times it's at 65.5 now. We got it at 56.5. So win or lose, Ben, I will be happy with that. Point is, follow me on Tails. Follow Ben on Tails.
That is the point.
That is the point.
I don't like
Eric Ronas, real quick. You've mentioned Davis Mills so many times this week. You're convincing me to play him. Look, I'm not trying to convince you of anything, man. I'm saying I'll have a little bit of him and Nico Collins because it's not hard to get over the field there. And I still think Nico Collins is an excellent wide receiver. And I think Davis Mills targeted, well, by the way, Davis Mills targeted him 30+% of the time once he came on the field. I'm willing to take weird shots like that, Ben, because if Mills ended up finishing with 20 and a lot of that went to Nico, I can do whatever the hell I want with the rest of my lineup.
No doubt about it. You're always going to have that option. I certainly like Nico today in that mid-range, upper mid-range, I guess. You have Dalton Schultz. I'm fine with that in a whatever tight end range. My biggest knock on Davis Mills is that he's not the only $4,500 quarterback that's really in potential play today. And so that makes it tougher. Not only does he need to play effective, he has to outscore Brissett, who I do think has some utility and grades out pretty nicely. So I get it. You're going to get a far lower discount. And to your point, if you want Puka and McCaffrey, you need Achane, you need one of the Lions' big weapons, this is the way to do it. I get it. I think I would probably isolate Nico more than you would, though.
For sure. Jeff, I don't understand why you'd ask this question. If the skinny stack succeeds, will you be taking your victory lap? Yeah, obviously. When it busts, will you be in line for criticism? Yeah. Have you not, Jeff? I see you in here all the time. Have you not watched the show before? Yeah,
that's obviously. When you say variance. You just yell variance and move on.
I should just 1984 style.
The process was right.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the. Yeah.
Of course, I'd victory lap it. Of course. But also, when Justin Fields didn't work a few weeks ago, I was the first person to tell you that sucked, and I had a terrible week. So anyway, but I don't know how much of a victory lap it would be because I'll definitely, like, when I talk about Davis Mills, if I even 2x the field, I'm getting 5%. I think what I'll probably do, I might throw a Davis Mills lineup, maybe the red zone or the spy, and just get some exposure that way, Ben, and not really bump him up elsewhere, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about it all the time, like when you play those single entry contests, doing something like that, you're like, if it works, you're not really playing against many people.
No, you've created a tournament within a tournament very quickly. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much else to say. It's one of the worst games. I don't think we have.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't hate the 12% Schultz, though, only because I don't think the tight end position is all that great. Like, I don't think anyone really stands out at tight end.
Nope.
Anyway, let's keep going. Bo Grizzly, Tails has replaced Tinder as my favorite app. That's awesome. Yeah. But what about Mama Bear, whatever you called her the other week? Why would you go on Tinder if you? Anyway, when you make bank, the chicks find you. God bless Tails. Using it on picks, cash $1,500 now. Hell yeah, man. Bo Grizzly. Link to download the Tails app is in the description, by the way, if you haven't done so yet. You can always go to tails.bet, but I prefer using the app. Makes life a whole lot easier. Anyway, let's go to Buffalo and Miami. Dude, I'm genuinely curious to get your thoughts on this game because you've got Josh Allen. You've got a team on the Miami Dolphins where it's like, They didn't get rid of HN. They didn't get rid of Jalen Waddle, although they did get, they got some calls. They did get rid of Jalen Phillips, but for the most part, the team's kind of still intact. And that's not a ringing endorsement. I'm just saying they didn't really offload anyone. McDaniel said the two is still going to start, which I think, by the way, is the right decision. Zach Wilson's not going to help you win games. And Mike McDaniel's still there. So it's a 9.5-point spread, but it's a divisional spot. And I mentioned it earlier this week. One game does not mean the other game should play out or could play out or will, anything like it. But if you remember, they played each other Thursday night in Buffalo. Miami had a shot of winning that game, or tying that game, with like 4 minutes left until Tua threw a bad interception in the red zone. Buffalo came back, kicked a field goal, and won by 10. But it was actually a really competitive game. And now you've got a Buffalo team that can't stop the run. There always are ways. I'm going to put it to you this way. There always are ways, because of Buffalo's struggles on run defense, which kind of rears its ugly head once every few weeks, that teams can just keep things close. We saw it with the Saints earlier in the year.
Yeah, I mean, listen, anytime you're playing a division opponent on the road, there's always a chance that the game gets murky. I don't care who you're playing. Now, the Bills, the Patriots are really pushing them. The Bills can't be messing around here. They're still, a 10-point favorite. I don't see any real conceivable way that Miami does anything. But the question this has been a question for the whole year. Josh Allen's been great. Last week, I played Josh Allen on some of my main teams. He did exactly what I wanted him to do. But it's really hard for a guy to outscore these mid-range quarterbacks when they're also putting up, there is a ceiling of realistically what you can do. And Josh Allen's giving you 26, 28, but Caleb pops up with 30. Flacco pops up with 30. So it more often than not lately, Josh Allen hasn't killed you, but he hasn't separated from the field. Having said that, I still like him. It's really tough to pair the Bills. They've been a pain point all year with Shakir, the tight ends. Coleman did not. I thought he was in line to be, a straight alpha. That hasn't happened so far. And then you have Cook in the backfield, who I'm not as high on as I was on the first look show, but he still could vulture from Josh Allen just as easily as Josh Allen could vulture from him. So am I playing some Josh Allen? Absolutely. It'll be skinny. You have Achane on the other side, who we'll talk about. It's still a solid team, 49-point total.
I do want to know, though, are you in line with this type of exposure? You're going to notice this right away. You guys who have a keen eye in chat watching this are going to notice this right away as well. Usually you do not see a slate, Ben, where you have a quarterback where we're getting 13% exposure to, and then no more than 7% exposure to any of his pass catchers. That's highly unique to a guy like Josh Allen, because he doesn't have a single weapon who you can rely upon each week to soak up the bulk of the opportunities. And it's a 10-game slate with a lot of quality options where the opportunity cost becomes tough getting to some of those pass catchers. So despite 13% Allen, by the way, if I were to just remove the filter here, Allen is our highest exposed quarterback when I run 4 uniques on 150 lineups. We don't have a single guy ahead of 7% exposure as far as his pass catchers are concerned. That's pretty crazy.
It is kind of crazy, but I also think it does make sense in the grand scheme of things, just given the makeup of this team. It's really hard to reliably prioritize anyone on the Bills on the outside. You can pair them with Allen, but really, and I saw a stat the other day, he's running away with his ability in the NFL history to have a passing and rushing touchdown in the same game is unheard of. And that's really where he's getting it. It's these 1 yard, he's the hybrid, he's got Cam Newton more than Lamar, he is just a battering ram inside the 5. That doesn't really help your pairings there. Kincaid, Shakir, these guys need to get there on efficiency, because how often are they getting 10, 12 targets in games?
Right. It saddens me that James Cook is getting a lot of ownership. Always one of my favorite low-owned guys to play, but he's at 14%. Is not crazy. But.
No, it's not crazy, but it's not wow, he's lost. So I'll have some in the pool, but I'm not making him a priority either.
No, against Carolina, I made a real effort to get overweight on James Cook, and he smashed. I somehow still had a bad week. I'm not sure what I'm not sure what it was, but that was my worst week of the year. Was that where James Cook went nuts, and somebody else did as well. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Taylor, I think, had another 3-touchdown game against Tennessee. Josh put this together. It might be tough for you guys to see. He's going to make them for every position. This is really cool, by the way. Taking the data from our boom bust tool, Ben. Yeah, we're good. I'm only going to throw it up for a second, but very cool. So you have leverage, and at the bottom you have the boom score, right? So what is the leverage compared to the boom score? Josh Allen is pretty crazy here when you look at the leverage. His boom score is all the way over here, and his leverage is still positive. So very interesting. Now down here at the bottom, you have like Tyler Shuck, Bryce Young, Tua Tagovailoa. Those are the guys you're looking to get away from. As a matter of fact, negative leverage on McCarthy is pretty significant too, with a pretty low boom score. But it just goes to what we were talking about, where you mentioned, yeah, maybe Josh Allen hasn't had that crazy game, but still, when you look at this, you're still talking about a guy that has leverage plus the highest boom score on the entire slate.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're showing something like that, it's no surprise that the elite quarterbacks have they're in the top right quadrant, because they usually do have the combination of a ceiling that's kind of untouched. Lamar was trending that way. You saw Justin Fields on that plot. He had some really good potential leverage, but the boom score was, because of the matchup and some of the other issues. But it is another data point. Listen, I'm not going to push back. I'm going to have Josh Allen. He's in the pool 100%. He's going to be one of the quarterbacks that I play today. It's just not the easiest build. And then on Miami's side, as bad as they are, Achane is one of the key pieces of this slate.
He has to be. By the way, just throwing it out there, I do like. I'll probably have a good amount of Josh Allen today, okay, just based on the upside. And I don't actually think it's all that difficult to build good lineups. I know there are some expensive options out there. I think there are enough discounted plays on defense, tight end, and like DeMario Douglas types where you could do so. Rico Dowdle's not that expensive. So I do think it's the type of slate where it's not that tough to get to Josh Allen. Not to mention, the fact that Josh Allen is actually cheaper this week than he was last week. I mean, yep. He was $8,000 in week 5 and he's $7K flat. That is not an expensive price point for Josh Allen. It just goes to show you that, you know what, if you're trying to get that first monster game from Josh Allen, well, at least you're getting him at $1,000 discount from where he was around a month ago. And to me, that's worth something. But yeah, look, I love Devon Achane here. I don't know where you stand on him. I understand this is a bad team. I get it. Okay. We all know that. We get it. I would also be very interested to see if Ollie Gordon is active or not, because they despise Jalen Wright. If Ollie Gordon doesn't play, and he got knocked out of last game early, which resulted in Devon Achane playing 91% of the snaps in that loss, he's game script proof. That doesn't mean he's bad game proof, right? It doesn't mean he's immune from having a bad game. What it means is whether they are up by 10, down by 10, up by 20, or down by 20, Devon Achane is going to be out there and involved, be it on the ground game or in the passing game. And I think at 7,400, that is a tough spot to get away from.
Agree. I mentioned that I came down off James Cook a little bit. It was at the expense because I got more HN. First of all, I needed it because you could see he's projected for one of the most popular plays on the slate. And I wanted to make sure I didn't, if you're not accurate, and this is why these tools are so important, many times I'm rooting for a guy, and then I realized that I actually should be, even though I played him, I should be rooting against him because the field liked him. I didn't get enough leverage because he came in more popular than I was projecting. So that's why it's super important to be cognizant of that. You mentioned that he is game script proof. He's got to be busy. And it's funny, if the game, even to Josh Allen, we just had a comment in chat that said fade Allen against Miami trap game. I actually hope it's a trap game. I was
just going to say, I was going to pull that up on the screen and say the exact same thing.
Yep. So I don't think that's a bad thing at all for Achane.
No, if it's a trap game, Josh Allen has to do stuff.
Yes, he needs to run. He needs to actually, if the worst thing that could happen is if this is like, 28-6 and they get a defensive touchdown, James Cook runs one in and Josh Allen throws the ball 16 times, has 4 carries for 20 yards and calls it a day.
Man, I was going to say the exact same thing. I would love nothing more than to see Miami go up 21-0 in the first quarter.
Oh my God. Then if that, not that that's happening, but then Josh Allen is going to have, he's going to have 50.
Yeah. Yeah, the last thing you want, like you said, is Buffalo going up huge early.
Oh, yes.
You know, if there was a cash out option on those lineups, I might take it. You know. Anyway, I like Achane. I'm not really getting to much else. This is a Devon Achane spot for me. That's pretty much it, Ben.
Yep. Allen at 9.2 on FanDuel still reasonable. It is, but it is more towards the premium side. You do have some value to make it work. Playing Allen without a pass catcher, definitely. You can definitely do that. Yep.
And I will be, for what it's worth. I will definitely. Well, you want to know how I will be? Because look at the exposures I showed you earlier to the Buffalo Bills pass catchers. There's just not a lot there. The real mega mind genius play is going James Cook and Josh Allen, but I don't think there's enough meat on the bone there either. So I probably wouldn't do it. Let's talk about this New England game. Very interesting spot. The Patriots are 2.5-point dogs against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay still has no Bucky Irving. They still have no Chris Godwin, which is crazy coming off the bye, man. But they do get Luke Gedeke back. That is a huge deal. I mentioned this on an earlier show this weekend in my betting video on Tuesday, that Luke Gedeke last year allowed 17 pressures all season long, whereas his backup this year from week 3 until week 8 has allowed over 30. So if you don't think that's a huge deal, it certainly is. But I want to start on the other side here with the New England Patriots and take a look at this team here. Man, are we really not getting Demario Douglas? Where is he? 2%. See, I am surprised at 4K flat that we are not getting more Demario Douglas here with Kayshon Boutte sidelined. Hunter Henry at 16%, totally get it. Trevion Henderson has a tough matchup on the ground. I actually like Drake May a little bit more than the Sims. And the reason for that is he is cheap to stack with pass catchers. He has been dominant on the deep ball. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet the other day. He is 20 for 28 on deep attempts this year. I mean, Kayshon Boutte's 9 for 10 with 5 touchdowns on deep targets. But Douglas has been good. Drake May is throwing the deep ball really well. He also has significant rushing upside. 2 of his last 3 games, he has 50-plus rushing yards. They don't have a good ground game as far as the running backs are concerned. This will be a place, Ben. I know he's a little bit expensive, but it's entirely negated by the price of his pass catchers. Demario Douglas is $4,000. Stephon Diggs is $5,800. Hunter Henry's $35,000. I'll have some Drake May here. I'm kind of interested, and this is one of those games that might be 17-10. I also feel like this is one of those games, because Tampa always does it, that could shoot out. Tampa always gets involved in shootouts, like that Seattle game. You never think it'll shoot out, and you're like, oh my God, it was 41-38. So I don't want to sleep on this, is all I'm saying.
No, this is an important game for me on a lot of levels. If you every day on Tails, I put out in the morning my favorite bet of the day, and it's from this game. I bet Tampa at 2.5. I think Tampa is going to handle them.
So did I.
I think this is a tough spot for New England. That doesn't mean that I don't think New England has some utility in DFS. Those things are not mutually exclusive. I like Diggs quite a bit. I think that he's going to be the guy that's going to be forced into the action. I get what you're saying on Douglas. The price point, obviously had a big game last week. I think it's pretty fluid. Certainly the backfield, I needed, again, for my anytime touchdown parlay, Trevion Henderson to find the end zone, and a guy I didn't know existed scored in Jennings. But Diggs is the one I feel most confident with. And I think I'm going to tail you on some Drake May stacks. I think I might throw a couple in there. You mentioned the mobile aspect, and the price point is good. I like Tampa in the game, though. I do.
So do I. We talked about it when we did the extended first look show on Tuesday.
Yes.
And that line hasn't moved. But that's even more interesting that it hasn't moved, because Bucky Irving and Chris Godwin are out. And it was early in the week before practice reports. They were coming out of a bye. But no, look, you mentioned it, but liking Tampa Bay doesn't in any way mean you can't like some Drake May here. And I think this is the one spot for me on the week where Drake May is totally liable to have just a bad game here, and you see them come back down to earth. And Kayshon Boutte has actually been instrumental in moving that ball downfield on deep attempts. But Drake May, the range of outcomes here, I think his ceiling is high enough for me to throw a few darts at that spot when you totally negate that price point by getting to all of his cheap pass catchers. And I know you like him. You said it before. You said it last year. He's a good quarterback. He takes too many sacks, but he's a good quarterback.
Really good. I mean, I'm team Drake May, as most people were, past tense, team Jaden Daniels. That's another story for another time. Kyle Williams, I get it because he was the one, if you look at snap share accounts, really saw the boost. I just think it's kind of unnecessary. I didn't find myself needing to do that.
I agree. Not on a 10 gamer. It's tough. And it's also somebody that got a lot of hype in training camp, right? Like they're especially in, OTAs and all this stuff. And it's like, man, Kyle Williams. All right. This guy looks like he could be, usurping somebody like Demario Douglas. And that ended up not being the case at all. I mean, he has 2 receptions on the season and 6 targets. So yes, he should be out there. This is far different than a starting running back going down and the backup getting the bulk of the work where it's pretty much a guarantee. So yeah. All right. Anything else in this one? And actually, wait, we got to talk Tampa. Sorry. I totally forgot about Tampa. What do you want to do with the Tampa Bay Bucks in this spot?
So it's funny because I just mentioned, I like New England a decent amount on this slate. I bet Tampa. I don't really have that much interest in Tampa. And it's just a product of the price points. You look at them and their weapons, they have obviously suffered some injuries. I don't really like the setup. It's not that these guys aren't playable from White in the backfield. And then certainly Ibuka's fantastic, but so are all the other 7K wide receivers. And there's a lot of them. So can you go to Baker? Baker's been unreal. You mentioned the O-line is stabilizing. Sure. But I don't have a lot of Tampa Bay exposure here. If I do it, it'll be in a stack. Probably Baker, Otten, maybe someone else. That's the extent. Honestly, Tampa Bay defense, I think, if you want to get weird.
I'm not opposed to it. But again, I do have I have an immense amount of respect for Baker's ability to just get locked into these weird shootout type games. And he does it all the time. His last pair of games were not good. He did not play well against Detroit. He did not play well against New Orleans, and they won that game because, Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck stink. But I have some interest. It's funny because I actually share the same thoughts as you as far as like New England's defense goes. But I also think that this ends up just kind of being one of those spots that isn't that popular. Cade Otton's going to get more work. Whenever you see this team kind of depleted by injuries, I know last year when this was the case, they didn't have Ibuka, but Cade Otton has, 8-9 target upside here. Ibuka's got a tough matchup, but I don't hate it. I kind of think maybe you're on the right track. Maybe if we play this game, instead of just sprinkling one-offs everywhere, you just go for the Baker Mayfield double stacks and hope for the shootout.
Yep. I think that this is a full leverage game, either direction. Like if you're going to do it, my suggestion would be, try to really hit a ceiling and go aggressive, because I don't love the Tampa one-offs today. Listen, tight end is weak. I'm going to have some double tight end lineups because I need salary, but I don't think they're going to be able to run either. I like both these teams. These are 2 of my favorite teams in the league right now.
I like them too. Jonathan, Baker's going to have to throw. They aren't going to be able to run. Tell you what, I don't think either team is going to have a lot of success running the football. Patriots haven't allowed, a 50-yard runner this season. And Rachaad White's not a great running back. He's a fine player, but he's not great. And then on the other side, I think it's going to be tough for Baker or for Henderson to run as well. So that's why you could see this kind of turning into a shootout. And if it does, I think we'd both like to have some pieces there as well. All right, Ben, Cleveland and the New York Jets. Excuse me. This is a fun one. Cleveland's a 2.5-point favorite. The Jets were favored before Sauce and Quinnen Williams got traded. I still think the Jets win this game. I'm not going to bet it, which means you guys should, because every time I bet the Jets, it's a loser. But I haven't been wrong on the Browns all year either. I've not bet the Browns and been wrong on them. I have not bet the Jets and been right on them. So that's a bit of a quagmire. I guess the question now is just, what do we do from a DFS perspective? And outside of Quinshon Judkins, is there anybody here for Cleveland? Actually, I'm asking Ben. I'm not asking anybody here. I'm asking Ben. Is this a Jerry Jeudy day?
It is not, is it? It is the Jerry Jeudy day.
Ooh.
This is the day. I don't even have, there's not a sound effect on this production setup to capture. What does into space mean?
No, that's the background music.
That's not it. It doesn't matter. Jerry Jeudy. I hate to speak in absolutes. Speaking in absolutes is one of the worst habits that you can have with all this stuff. But if he can't do it this week, I'm not sure it ever is going to happen, because you couldn't have he's done nothing, but he's still on the field a ton. Gabriel has shown no ability to get the ball down the field, but no Sauce now. I mean, I really do think he is going to be not a staple of my lineups or anything. He's going to be a one-off dart throw in lineups, and I am going to bet him on tails. Probably anytime first touchdown scorer, maybe even a ladder type play, because I think he has some home run ability. What was that? Rock explosion?
Explosion.
Yeah.
I see where you're going here. I mean, Dylan Gabriel is no good, and you wouldn't argue that.
It's not great.
But maybe the Jets defense maybe it doesn't matter. I could see it.
It only takes one. He's that type of receiver. He is.
Yeah, sure. We saw it last year with Winston. But Winston's such a different type of quarterback, man.
Oh, there's no doubt. But I tell you, it's not as bad as it seems on different levels. There has been targets available for Jerry Jeudy. They're just low value targets.
I know. He has. Did I mention this to you the other day? I may have mentioned it. I think it was to you. I pulled it up on PFF, right? The expected fantasy points stats. Maybe I didn't mention this to you. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know
actually.
What you're talking about.
All right. Well, Pro Football Focus has expected fantasy points, right? So plus, minus, fantasy points above expectation. I'm not telling you, I'm for everybody else. Fantasy points below expectation. Well, there are some bad ones, some real bad ones out there. Minus 15, minus 20 fantasy points below expectation on the season. Jerry Jeudy is 44 fantasy points below expectation, dead last in the entire league. So there's an argument to be made, one, that's all just wrong and it's just not a good situation, or that Jerry Jeudy is due for a decent regression game, positive regression game.
I think both of those things are probably true to an extent.
Me too.
It's not a good situation, but Jerry Jeudy has rolled consistent floor games where there's been some opportunities. I can't stress enough, if Jerry Jeudy's defining your slate, whether he goes nuts or gets zero, you've done what, in my opinion, something wrong. He should not be that type of player. But he is in the pool for me, and he's going to be in the anytime touchdown parlay today for me.
LOL, I'm not buying Jeudy.
Yes, you and 96% of whatever tournament that you play will not have him.
Some people just too risk averse these days.
Listen, he may have 3 targets and call it a day. It's just Jerry Jeudy still has what I think is home run upside if he gets loose.
I think sometimes, and this isn't speaking to anybody or anyone specifically, but just taking risks doesn't mean that your entire slate is going to rest upon whether one player or not has a good, for example, if I was talking about Davis Mills earlier, if Davis Mills does not have, if he's just horrible today, I could still have a good week. I could absolutely still have a good week. I never want to let one player decide my slate. Now, if it were like a Monungai last week and he sucked, yeah, I had, I think, 80% of Kyle Monungai. But when I'm talking about super low-owned dart throws with upside, but also could absolutely give you a 1, I'm never going to put myself in a situation where my entire slate is hinging on whether or not they perform.
Yeah, I mean, that's where, again, the tools take this into account. That's the concept of leverage. Like Monungai, the chance of success is so high that you have to kind of leverage fully because people understand that. With Jerry Jeudy, if you told me what are the chances that he actually does something good today, I don't know, 10%, 50. It's hard to gauge. It's low though. It's just the payout, if he does, makes it worth it. If he's 1% in tournaments. So I don't want to get hung up on one player. You've got Judkins there, who was going to be far the most owned Cleveland player today. I don't think that's even up for debate. I don't have much from the game though. It's a terrible game.
Yeah, also Judkins, the only thing that worries me is they don't involve him in the passing game. He is
Ford takes all those. It's crazy.
Judkins is basically Judkins and Ford are Henry and Justice Hill.
Yeah, and that's not great.
The only difference is that Dylan Gabriel isn't going to run any touchdowns in. I mean, a couple weeks ago they used Judkins on 2 Wildcat snaps at the goal line against Miami, and he scored on both of them. So the touchdown equity is nice, and you don't have to worry about getting vultured, but it's still Cleveland. I was a little bit surprised I got that much of him, but at the same time, you know what's good about Quinshon Judkins here? I don't love the fact that he's not involved heavily in the passing game. What I do love is that Cleveland has a good defense. The Jets offense is completely depleted, or defense is depleted, but also the Jets have struggled to move the football on offense. So I'm not saying it can't happen because it can, but it's unlikely that the Jets offense puts Cleveland in a position where they have to abandon the run.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's going to be ugly at times, and I agree. It should stay competitive. Both teams, they have serious issues. And then on the Jets side, I know you just moved there. I really am all for Justin Fields. I do think you can always kind of play him. But
I'm taking a shot on him today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but as far as the shot goes, I mean, I'm gonna put myself in a position where if Fields has a good game, maybe a few in the milli or something, maybe in the one, the what is it, the 3-point stance? It's like the $33 5 max. Maybe throw a few. Me too. It's a great tournament. And it allowed I like those tournaments because it allows me to take a stand on Fields or something without taking a big stand. It's like, at least, okay, I have 1 or 2 Fields lineups in kind of mid stakes, like 3 or 5 max stuff. That's the way I like to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. But to that point, there's just not much here. You have, if you want to take your shot with Fields, obviously Hall and Wilson, they're the survivors from what the Jets did, but the Jets defense in a game with a 37-point total, sure, but
it's gross. Yeah. But how about this?
Bad game.
One thing we could all agree on. Nobody's going to be playing Fields and Wilson today.
No, I will. I will have a little.
Because no one else is doing it. And Fields can run.
Fields can run.
It's gross. Fields could legitimately get benched here for sure. Like Tyrod Taylor could be, but at that point, again, does it even matter? The lineup's cooked regardless.
That's not the problem.
I had a super chat from Brandon too. Hey, Brandon, good to see you, man. Still trying to figure out how to build 150 lineups. Thoughts on running sims, grabbing the top 20-50, running a new set and repeat. What do you guys do? I'll keep it very simple for you, Brandon. I'll make small boosts with certain players that I want to get a little bit more of. With single entry and 3 max stuff, I actually like to go through and hand select certain spots based on the stack I want to build. But if it's 150, a lot of times I'm just setting uniques. I'll run it 4 or 5 uniques, and then you can smooth out exposures. Now, if you're someone that is more risk averse and is like, you know what, I'm fine with being super overweight to a core of players, and I either have a great week or a terrible week, you can do that too. I like to smooth things out a little bit. I like to give myself an opportunity for 1 or 2 of them to kind of just separate and break away from the pack. But yeah, I think setting uniques is super easy way to do it, Ben.
Yeah, I agree. It's really working on what are you looking to do in the macro sense. If you're like, I don't want to touch anything, I'm okay if I get a ton of someone, but you got to keep in mind, if you're not setting uniques and whatnot, to your point, there's going to be situations where you're just getting a really concentrated batch within there of some of the highest chalk players. So I think you're on the right track. And yeah, I'm more, for me, I'm kind of curating my single entry, my 3 max, my 5 max off the sims, and then I'm tweaking them with a single lineup sim or making a couple 2v2s and tightening it up.
Also, we had a question from somebody earlier in the show saying, what is the entry manager? How do I use the entry manager? Man, the entry manager is awesome. I will show you real quick, right? Because I didn't add mine yet. So I go into DraftKings, go to lineups, edit entries, download your entries, right? And then go to entry manager, upload CSV. I just titled it this so you guys could see it. DK NFL Week 10, open. And now it adds all of your lineups in. See that? Everything loads everything in there. So now if I wanted to select the lineup, boom, enter it into here, go enter more. If I wanted to enter 150 at a time, I could go and enter them into the 150 spots. And then once you're done, this will pop up, download entry file, and then pop it right on the DraftKings. This is the single best feature we have on the Sims, Ben, hands down.
Super efficient, super easy. Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right, let's talk about New Orleans and Carolina. We agree, though, little bit of the Fields Wilson, just in case.
It's a great game to take some real large field tournament stabs, but I don't have a single core play from the game, Judkins included. I'm not going to jam him.
Will you have a Fields Wilson? Wait,
with
do you know what I'm going to?
Yes,
with
with Judy.
You knew exactly where I was going there. All right, you kind of have to, right? Because if
if
that popped off and you didn't, we might not ever see you again.
You might not see me again no matter what, but that would be less likely to see me. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Michael. Game changer. Saved me hours this week. It saves you a ton of time, man. A lot of time. Well, maybe not hours because you can still do the copy paste, but yes, it makes a big difference being able to make that happen. All right, Carolina Panthers hosting the New Orleans Saints. Well, you no longer have Rashid Shaheed, Ben, which is interesting. And wait till we get to Seattle, because Seattle isn't going to have Torrey Horton, and we don't know if Cooper Kupp is going to play either. Shaheed may get thrown into the fire here. But let's start it off with the Saints on the road. I got to tell you, I don't love this spot. Not that I'm telling anybody anything they don't already know, but what I mean is I even think like the spot for Olave is tough because you're going to see a lot of JC Horn. I actually took a bet a parlay on the parlay video I did over on OddsShopper this week with unders on Olave and over on Brandon Cook receiving yards. Little correlation there. And the books aren't really baking correlation in because typically the way they bake the correlation in would be like if I took overs on both of those guys. Oftentimes where you take an over on one guy and an under on the other on the same team, Ben, just throwing it out there, it doesn't actually hit you with that same correlation tax as it would if you're looking to go overs on both guys. It's a nice way to situationally play same game parlays, in my opinion.
Which is huge because same game parlays, if you aren't cognizant of that, you're just getting destroyed by correlation tax.
Yep. But yeah, they really don't bake it in for over and then under on the same team a lot of times, unless it's like under on rushing attempts, over on receiving. But anyway, I just don't really like this. And Chuck showed us really nothing. It was a really tough game last time out, but you know, maybe he shows us something this week. I'm just not really in the mindset that I need to figure that out.
No, me neither. It's a 5.5-ish point spread and it's a 38-point total. So you can do the math on implied totals, but it's not good for New Orleans. And, you know, we had Taysom Hill. I get it. To me, he's still more likely to be a guy that vultures than a guy you want. I just think he makes it even tougher for the remaining Saints to feel good. Not as much where it's like, oh, Taysom Hill day. Maybe. I mean, if he scores, he's very cheap, but I don't like anything from New Orleans, really.
So I'm going to ask you a question about Carolina. Ms. Unick, Judkins or White last man in? It would be Judkins for me. If this game shoots out, White might have a big day in the passing game, but it would still be Judkins for me. So the question isn't whether or not you're playing Rico Dowdle. The answer is and should be yes. The question is, if you're running the Sims here, are you capping him? Because at the moment, I'm not. Ben, I'm running 4 uniques right now on these 150, meaning it's going to smooth exposure out, and I'm still getting 85% Rico Dowdle because at 6,300, this guy's coming off a 27 touch game. Would have been more if he didn't briefly leave the field and go to the blue tent. It's Dave Canales has already said like this. He's the guy now. What do you do with him outside of, obviously I'm playing him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird situation because you're less likely, I guess, this is my opinion, you're less likely to have a situation like this because typically with chalk running backs, it's because of an injury. Rico Dowdle was that guy just a few weeks ago. And when that happens, we're talking about a $4,800 back, a $5,100 back. Here, he's taken over a backfield, but his price is moving up faster because it's not out of the blue. Like they didn't not know this. So he is a weird chalk 6K option. It narrows the margins, but the guy's getting so much work. it's a long-winded way of saying I'm going to have plenty of Rico Dowdle. I'm not going to have that much, though, in the terms of like, he's not going to be in the Monunga. Last week with Monunga, I had like, I don't know, maybe like 80%. Might have been even more. With Rico Dowdle, I'll probably have about 50%, I would say.
Okay.
Not because I don't think he's a good play, because I think there's a ton of outputs here where he gives you a serviceable return. He doesn't hurt you. He doesn't kill, like, he's fine. He gives you 22, and you can live without it, and you wouldn't be mad if you played him either.
Yep. Right. But yeah, at the 46 that he was,
that's different. Yeah.
Totally different. But also still at 6,300, he's wildly underpriced. There's no denying that.
It should be, I'd say it's pretty fair to say he should be your most, in terms of exposure, he should be your highest owned player.
What would a fair price point? I have a number in mind, but what would a fair price point on Rico Dowdle be today?
72.
Okay. I'd put him for sure above 8K.
See, yeah, I think that's where we differ. Just because I still am unsure exactly what his path is in terms of like his ceiling. If you took him and he's the best at what he does, is he Jonathan Taylor bucket? He's certainly not Christian McCaffrey bucket to me in the sense of like he's giving you 8 targets, this, that. It seems like more he's going to give you $150 and 2.
Yeah, it's possible. But look, 114.5 rushing plus receiving yards and minus 150 to score. So I wouldn't put him in the McCaffrey range, certainly not in the Jonathan Taylor range or anything.
No, I just meant in profile. Like Jonathan Taylor, for him to really get there, it's like, okay, he's gonna get the 100-yard bonus and he's gonna score multiple times. McCaffrey to get there, you're like, he's gonna give me 60 yards rushing, 60 yards passing, 7 receptions.
Sure. Got it.
Yep, Dowdle's not doing that.
That's fair. Yeah. Anything else for Carolina? Because I don't really have anything else.
No, McMillan, I'm not messing around with that. I don't want to do Carolina defense. We've said a lot of defenses. This is another one.
I will say we've had some incredible wins this season. We've had multiple Millie winners. We just had our friend Jeff, who always tunes into the First Look show. How cool was that, man? He'd been telling us he was going to swap over to the Stokastic avatar, that he was going to get the tools. He was going to get the Sims. He grabs them a couple hours before Thursday night football, right? A couple hours before Thursday night football. I don't have the screenshot, but it's on my Twitter. And he wins 50K on his first day.
He's a golf guy. Makes it even better. Awesome stuff. Incredible. That's the stuff we love of people who, and it's not just that, yes, you win 50K. That's triple insane. But just people were saying, I'm trying out the tools and I've been closer. I didn't even take it down, but I'm optimistic now. I have my first top 10. I was in the hunt into the late games. Like that type of stuff is awesome. It may not come to fruition immediately, but when you see progress, it's a long season. And just having those weeks where you're like, wow, I see process working and the tools help you do that. That's really at the core of the concept.
Yeah. Look, you and I say it all the time. Like we're never going to snake oil sale you and like, oh, you're going to win 50K the first time. No, but people have is what I'm saying. And a lot of people have. And you see it's a better process, like you said, one way or the other. Best example of this, and you guys want to get the Sims, right? You want to get them for free. You can literally just use the link in the description. If you're on your phone, tap and expand the description. If you're in a computer, whatever, go into the description and you can sign up with any of our sportsbook partners. You simply follow these 4 steps. Here's what you do. See all of these down here. Caesars, Onyx is a sweepstakes book. It's available in 40 plus states. Fanatics, BetMGM. If you're in non-legal betting states, you have all of these pick'em sites, Better, Sleeper, Underdog, Pick 6, all of that. Click claim offer on whatever one you want. So say you're going to go on to Onyx. You're going to get your bonuses when you sign up. That's another thing that you and I mention often because it's a huge win regardless. Click claim offer. Make your first deposit. So it's spend 10. That's the minimum on Onyx. On some of these, it's 5, right? Some of them is $5. Make the deposit, place a bet, or set a DFS pick'em lineup. The moment that settles, or whenever you want after it settles, take a screenshot of your welcome email and your first settled bet and email us at support@stokastic.com with the screenshots and tell us which leagues you want. Now, Ron did tell me, who handles all of our customer service stuff, he's inundated constantly and he does an awesome job. He asked me this morning if I could mention this. When you do send it over, right, you may even have a bet settle this afternoon and send it over right after to grab the tools. Maybe you get in for the night slate. Maybe you want it in for Monday Night Football, which also the best part about this, we're at the part of the year where now if you signed up, because every single one of these equals a new month of the Sims, and you're getting the Sims for free. So if you did 3 of these, let's say even 2, you're literally going all the way through New Year's. So you're getting Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Christmas, New Year's, all of those 6 slates, those Friday, Saturday slates, tools for the Sims, and all of the tools, projections, ownership, boom bust, post contest sim, late swap, all of that for free, right? The top stacks tool. Each one of these equals a new month. You could even grab NBA and 2 months of NFL if you wanted to do that, plus all of the bonuses that these books offer when you sign up. Ben, he did ask me to let people know when you send the email over to support@stokastic.com, let him know explicitly which sports you want and which books you are coming over and you signed up from. I think that's simple enough to get a few free months of the Sims.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we just want to streamline the process and make sure you guys get, what you're looking for as quickly as possible. So again, that I was just going to bring that up. Those are the instructions, super simple. And, John just mentioned this. Ron, behind the scenes, he's going to help you out. Just take advantage of it because best time of the year, best tools, pair them together. Doesn't get better than that for free.
No,
yeah, we're in business.
Especially when you like this guy Pedro, he's our guy. Been watching Lafayette and Crew for a while. A lot of low stakes players have really benefited from this because instead of having to pay full price for the tools, you're spending $5 or $10. So yeah, we had some great ones. $2,000 right after signing up for BetMGM. Ralph had another great one. So easiest way to get in on the tools. Take advantage of it if you haven't done so yet. Anyway, I think we've done enough on Carolina and New Orleans. Let's talk about the New York Giants and the Chicago Bears. I need to get your thoughts on this one, and then we'll get into the Sims exposure from a weather perspective. We do have some wind in this game. We do have some potential snow showers. It's very cold there, 34 degrees. 1, does that impact how you play this game? And 2, is this a game that you were looking to get to a significant amount of to begin with?
A little to both. I do think it matters. We get the question often about weather, and I'd say 95% of the time it doesn't matter. I think it matters a little here. The total has dropped. It's still playable. It's still something I'll be fine with, but yeah, I am a little less optimistic than I once was. But I wasn't jamming this game by any stretch. I think that for me, Jackson Dart, Wandale, those type of guys are borderline unaffected. He's not throwing the ball 60 yards down the field to him. It's a low ADOT. Dart runs. He scored, I think you told me, 3 or 4 weeks in a row on the ground. So yeah, none of that's going to be impacted. And then on the other side, the Bears are a tough team, but we've seen the extreme upside from Caleb. So I'm fine with either of them still.
So, by the way, get up, Farmer Boy. Don't screw it up. You don't want to make Ron mad. Someone's had some interactions. Yeah. Well, you know what I will tell you? I do a lot of shows throughout the week. And Wednesday, we have our first run of ownership and data. We can run the Sims. Friday, Greg and I do a show. I am on top of this, paying attention to the data all week long. And our guys do an amazing job. We were getting a lot more of this Giants team, specifically Jackson Dart and Wandale Robinson, prior to, kind of confirmation that this weather was going to be bad. Because when you and I talk about it Tuesday and people hit us up like, hey, what about the weather here? Usually it's, I don't know, who cares? Like we'll figure it out once we get closer to the start of the game. But I do think this total dropped a little bit.
It did.
Like what, 4 points?
Yeah, it was, I don't have the number exactly, but it dropped enough to let me know that the books are saying that the weather is not a straight 0 impact. And that's all I care about.
It's not a 10-point drop. It's not something insane, but it is enough.
Yeah.
I will still have some Jackson Dart Wandale pairings, maybe Theo in there as well. Not my favorite spot, but I want a little bit of this game just because Jackson Dart's rushing upside and Wandale Robinson's PPR upside can kind of mitigate some of the weather, if we're being honest.
Oh, it definitely can, but it's both. And I watched, I'm sure, probably more football than you yesterday, and there was a lot of games in the Midwest that had really, the Iowa game comes to mind, it was nasty. It was windy. It was certainly pouring, and it was on borderline of that snow rain territory. You wouldn't want a passing attack in that. Didn't mean you couldn't move the ball, but it's not ideal conditions. No.
All right. Can you talk me off a ledge, please?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Depends what you say.
Right. Well, I just there's a part of me that's super tempted to get back to Roma Dunze this week.
Oh, yeah. That's no ledge. That's
I don't know. Very low ownership, still 6K. Him and DJ Moore over the last, since week 3, they're pretty. Roma Dunze hasn't been any better than DJ Moore. And I think there's a real misconception there that he has, but he hasn't. Coming off a bad week, his dad's out throwing out separation stats and stuff on Twitter. Roma Dunze has to come in with damage control, being like, that does not represent my mindset. We're winning games. But man, sub 5% ownership against a super suspect Giants secondary. I'm still, and yes, John, I know there's wins in this game. I'm well aware. That's why we're talking about it. And we just mentioned it. There's still a part of me that wants to get to a little bit of Rome.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think it's one of those things everyone is expecting probably an extreme outcome, and most likely the answer is going to be far in the middle of he's going to be phased out again, or squeaky wheel, he's going to have 15 targets. I doubt it. I think he'll just integrate back into the offense, and week to week there's going to be some fluidity because they are mercifully including the guy that they went and got in Loveland. Now Kmet was hurt there, so I don't read all into that, but they've got an embarrassment of riches for Caleb. I'm not saying they're all elite players, but they certainly have bodies. Zacchaeus was a factor in that game.
Yeah, big one.
A big one. Yeah, absolutely. And I tend to say if you bought there, I would cash in my winnings on him. I don't think I'm going back there. Not that I was there to begin with. I don't like him this week.
I don't love him this week either. Isn't Luther Burden back too, though?
That's part of where I'm a little confused at the work that he might see or might not say.
He's back. And I don't think that is going to mean that Zacchaeus doesn't get any work.
No.
But also, he had additional opportunities last week for sure. All right, let's keep it moving here. Rant said Caleb isn't that accurate. Well, that's good. If it's windy, he can throw bad balls that kind of just hook into Roma Dunze's hands. It might work for us.
Honestly, triple mega mind genius play. I guess this is the theme of the show for me. I think the Giants defense, who's going to play them? And I think some weird stuff can happen in this game.
Sure. Yeah.
Caleb's talented, obviously. He makes some of the dumbest. He runs back 30 yards and then throws it far too often.
He makes some Will Levis style decisions at times.
Yeah.
Except he's far more talented than Will Levis is. So
his talent costs him a lot because he knows he can make throws that he probably shouldn't make.
Yeah. And when he does make them, sometimes you're like, oh my God, that was amazing. But then other times you go, what was that?
Yeah. As the other team runs it back for a 70-yard touchdown.
Yep, pretty much. By the way, make sure you guys hang around. Our friends Chris Baggs and Eric Lindquist coming up next, taking you all the way up to 1 p.m. lock. We may have some relevant you should watch these guys regardless, but once that injury report comes out at 11:30, the inactives for the 1 p.m. games, those guys will be able to give you a ton of information. And we have had some weird ones recently. I mentioned last week, right? I remember right before the show was over, I was like, if Devin Lloyd is out for Jacksonville, all in on Brock Bowers. And that was a 4:00 game. He got ruled out, a minute after you and I finished this show. So not ruled out.
You texted me.
Yeah, texted me.
And I said, great information. And then I continued living my life, and I absolutely got butchered by not having enough Brock Bowers. You
texted me Brock Bowers ? And I said, absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
That's the real conversation.
Yeah, I know. And then I didn't shift my exposure. It was not good.
I feel like you're back in the Ben Rasa mindset.
I can't wait to hear this.
No. I think you're dialed into the mindset today, and I feel good about it. I feel like you're very much on board with taking these type of risks today that I haven't heard as much from you this season.
Yeah,
and I like that.
It's because I was zoned in college football yesterday, worked out perfectly. I feel good about the reads. And listen, I don't know why this is. I've said this a lot to you. I don't have a great reason, but I'm positive when the winning score in the Millie is 275, I tend to have a bad week.
Yep.
I just do. If it's 210, it's a lot more reasonable.
I mean, Alex Baker, right? Awesemo. This is how it all started, right? We have him to thank for all of this. He would always say, and for those of you somehow unaware of who he is, maybe you're new to DFS. This guy was the #1 ranked DFS player for how long, right? Like he literally pioneered a lot of the tools that are used today across the industry and was using them for himself and just killing. He would always say whenever we would do shows with him, because we used to do this show with him for a long time, he would always say, like, he tends to do much worse on high scoring weeks, much worse. And this was a guy that like literally was on the cutting edge of every new way to gain an edge in DFS for a long time.
Yeah. So we'll say, and this slate I think is more wide open because we have not talked about, we talked about Rico Dowdle and Achane a little bit, but we haven't talked about a 4K plug and play at all. And we're not going to.
Yep. Trey, I miss Alex Baker. Yeah, he's got a family now, man, and he made a lot of money. Yeah. So
you still see him on the leaderboards though.
Just won the Showdown for like 150 grand.
Yeah, he's still dominating.
Yeah. No, he's still around. He's just, I'd have other priorities too, Yeah. All right. To keep it moving here. Arizona and Seattle. Man, do I have some questions for you on this game. And specifically with Seattle, but we'll start with Arizona. Are you buying into Jacoby Brissett now that Kyler's on the IR? This feels like they said, Kyler, Jonathan Gannon came up to him and said, Kyler, your foot's not right. Coach, I'm okay. And he just stomps his foot out, right? He's wearing Tim's, right? Steel toes, and just stomps him out. And he's like, no, I'm telling you, your foot is still bad. And then they put him on the IR the next day. With the way Jacoby Brissett has played, it's tough to think that there wasn't some decision from the top. Now, the conspiracies, I'm joking. But also, Jacoby Brissett's been pretty good. I know Julian Love, and you have a bunch of other injuries to Seattle. I have real concerns that Brissett just turns back into a pumpkin this game.
Seattle's good. That's the one caveat where it's like the Cowboys, and I bet the Cowboys in that game, but Cowboys are the Cowboys. Now, just a quick thing. I said that to you on Tuesday that the Cardinals are going with Brissett no matter what. The crazy part about this is the coach didn't even use the injury. I don't know if you heard that. He was like, Kyler is hurt and he can't play, but even if he wasn't, we would go with Brissett.
Right. So, well, I respect that.
I do too, but I can't believe they said that.
I know, dude.
Like,
you're talking about like the franchise quarterback and a straight journeyman. Is this not why football is one of the greatest sports, though? Like Baker looked like he was out of the league and done, right? Sam Darnold in this same game looked like he was cooked. It was over for Sam Darnold. And then now Jacoby Brissett.
Daniel Jones
is a great example, right?
Mac Jones, all these guys were situations matter.
Next year, Trey Lance is going to have like a top 5 season.
Carson Wentz, baby.
Wentz is
that shoulder heals. Watch out.
No. Wentz is actually done.
Yeah, he might be done. Honestly, wait till Josh Rosen, who I believe is at shout out to Josh Rosen, Wharton School of Business last I checked. But Brissett is 4,600. He is going to be an easy pairing with Harrison, with Trey McBride, with both JSN on the other side. This stack builds itself. Goody just mentioned this, and I appreciate that super chat as always. I'm with him. This is definitely a good game and one that is really easy to build because your quarterback is $4,600. And the difference between Brissett and some of these other guys, he knows what I'm not saying he's the most talented guy, but he knows what he's doing at least.
Oh, yeah.
Like
he knows what he's doing a lot more than Kyler does, honestly.
Oh, well, stop. Kyler, just go play baseball. 10 years too late, but just go.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
The only spot I would agree or disagree with Goody on, though, I don't think it's really a mega mind.
No, it's very standard.
Yeah. Harrison is $5,300. Trey McBride is $6K, but still, that's not all that crazy. Yo, by the way, because I had Trey McBride in a little same game parlay that I posted on Tails for Monday night. That hit, by the way. And
yeah,
how about the fact though that Trey McBride's red zone usage and red zone efficiency with Brissett compared to Kyler, you can't, dude. I'm telling you, you cannot overstate how impactful that has been. Kyler could not get Trey McBride into the end zone. Now Trey McBride's got like 12 red zone targets and 6 end zone targets in 3 or whatever it is in 3 games he's played with Brissett, and they are converting into touchdowns. So that to me, when you're paying $6K, is a huge deal, because you know what? Trey McBride started to become a relatively tough guy to feel comfortable paying up for, because he was the opposite of Derrick Henry, right? Derrick Henry was touchdown dependent. Trey McBride, when he'd score a touchdown, it was like, oh my God, this guy got in the end zone for the first time in a calendar year. That's a big deal to me.
It's huge. Yeah. Listen, and we saw, it's funny that I went the opposite direction. I didn't cash. I had the overs on McBride, and targets were there, but he scored again. He keeps finding the end zone, and Brissett is going to look to him, and they're going to be trailing. I don't think everyone that's a good division. The Cardinals, to me, are far and away the 4th team in that division. I don't think it's particularly close. I will have some Brissett with his 2 main weapons, and then on the other side, I feel like everyone has 3 or 4 or 5 receivers that they say is the best 2. Because the league is so stacked, from Chase to St. Brown. JSN is unbelievable. I did not realize how good he was.
I knew he was really good. Not to, you know what tipped me off? People are like, oh, it took you that long. I don't mean it like that. I'm speaking actually the same way Ben's talking here, and that I always that when he went up against Derek Stingley Jr. and just carved him up. Like it didn't matter who was out there. And when you're going out there and you're beating up on elite corners, that's when you know, okay, this guy is just elite.
Look who's here. John Jefferson. That is our 50. What?
I already put it on the screen.
Well, you know what? I'm just a little behind the times. Don't mind me.
Self-producer extraordinaire. Wow. Again, forget who gave me that name, but also Will Johnson. Will Johnson, the top corner for Arizona, is out today as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had no help anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah,
but Arizona's down like a handful of starters. So is Seattle, by the way.
Yes.
So yeah, to Goody's point, there's something there, but they're missing Will Johnson. They're missing 3 starters on defense, the Arizona Cardinals, and Seattle's missing guys as well. So maybe this is the super shootout game that we want some big pieces to.
It's funny. Last thing, and we can move on to the final 2. A couple weeks ago, you just mentioned Baker. Oh my God, he got in that crazy shootout with Seattle. That secondary was absolutely carved up in that game, and it has a lot of the same personnel issues as this one for obvious reasons, because it's Seattle once again.
Good call. And then next week they got healthy.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're down Josh Jobe. They're down Julian Love. Yeah, okay. I'm sold. Let's do it. One thing I would say to watch out for, Torrey Horton's not expected to play, but there are mixed reports on Cooper Kupp's status, Ben. That, he's likely to play, and then Rappaport was a little less optimistic there. If Cooper Kupp is out, well, do you go to Rashid Shaheed in doubles?
I think
I would.
I think you can, yeah. Just because the nature of him is so explosive in terms of what you're realistically getting, and he fills a good role in that with Wharton. It's not my favorite build because I'm not really looking to jam Darnold, but yes, he's playable.
Also, though, with straight line speed like Rashid has, you don't need to learn the entirety of the playbook.
That's what I'm saying. Just go.
Mm-hmm. And that's pretty helpful. All right. The Rams and the San Francisco 49ers. Oh, by the way, we talked about Tails. Have you guys downloaded the app yet? We got a bunch of people in here. Between YouTube and X, we got over 4,100 people hanging out with us. And shout out to all of you who have taken a second and hit that thumbs up and subscribed. It goes a long way. But more than anything, are you on Tails? I'm going to be posting some more bets coming up for these games. We now have the trending topics over on Tails, Ben, which is absolutely awesome. So now that means that if you wanted to just find games to bet for the 1 o'clocks, you know what you can do? You can go in and you can just click the trending topics for the 1 o'clock games, and boom, there they are. It is, dude, I'm telling you right now, this is one of my favorite additions to anything we have done here over at Tails. So you got all of these free bets that populate in the feed every single day. You go into the Explore page, and now check this out. Ready? You guys are going to like this a lot. Now, if you go into the Explore page, and I will zoom in on this for you guys a little bit here. So go into the Explore. There we go. Check this out. You can see it all, right? Look at this. Early sweat, promos and boosts, afternoon slate, Sunday collabs. So, Ben, say I want some promos. I got these boosts. I know I have them, and I want to figure out where to use them. Boom. Go into promos and boosts. They'll all get pulled up, and you can find all of the boosts for specific whatever you want. If you want just early slate games, 1 o'clock games, boom. This is the coolest feature we have on Tails right now outside of the leaderboards and really everything else. But what a massive addition.
Oh, it's huge. And that's what we're doing. Listen, the leaderboards, the trending topics, all of this stuff is to make it just nonstop action. If you're looking for bets, you're looking for sweats, you want to know who to follow, you want notifications so you're not missing it out. That's what Tails is. It's all the action, no clutter. And find who, again, hundreds and hundreds of creators are on there dropping plays. So you find who you like, follow them for free. If you want to get in people's Discords, VIPs, of course, you can do that as well. But it's everywhere and it's not going away. So, and start with me and Luffy. Come on, give us a follow. I have to catch you. I'm about to hit 5,000 followers over there.
Yeah, you're a ways behind.
I know. It's not. No. You have the production advantage. People follow you for production.
That's what it is. Yeah. No, but you should follow Ben, especially for all the college football stuff. And our friend Eric Lindquist with a nice little Dalton Kincaid for free play. He's got a great VIP sub as well. But yeah, little Dalton Kincaid action over there as well. Anyway, check it out. Download. I would recommend that. You could do it tails.bet, but the link to download the app is in the description as well. I use the app for everything. Even Ben, who doesn't use apps, uses the Tails app, which is shocking.
It's seamless.
Shocking. All right. Let's keep this one going. What do you want to do with the LA Rams today on the road against San Francisco? I'm having a tough time with this game.
I'm having a tough time with it in the sense that, it's a big time game. It's a healthy total. There's a lot to like, but you're paying for it. And with the Rams, I don't think there's much to say. You have Kyron, you have Puka. I guess Devontae Adams to a lesser extent, but he's very expensive relative. If you want to play those guys, I have no issues with it, but I don't think you need to. Puka's probably the one you really need to figure out what you want to do because he's going to be popular. You're going to have money to get to him. I probably come in underweight if he does turn out to be, 25, 30%, but that's it for me. I'm not getting to Stafford and I'm not getting to flyers for the Rams.
Yep. Motivated contest generator still not showing projection updates since 7:45. There's no point, dude. Nothing will change until we get these inactives in right now. So these guys, the moment the inactives drop, our data team is on it, and you'll have updates momentarily. But there's no point of updating them at 8 and then 10 o'clock. Nothing changes, right? Yeah. You're not updating projections and ownership if you have nothing to change. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, yeah, Puka Nacua for me. Kyron's fine. I don't hate him here. He actually had a solid game despite that fumble that almost cost him, which kind of did, if we're being honest. Last time they faced, Puka's the best. Do you agree Devontae Adams just a bit too expensive?
Yeah, and I still think, again, his ability to score multiple touchdowns, there's always a path, but he is too expensive.
Yeah, Puka just looks great. We have a lot of Mac Jones today and McCaffrey. This is the spot that I need your thoughts on because I don't know how I feel about Mac Jones. I still think this is a difficult matchup. I know he was good last time he faced them. I know it's a divisional spot. I know it's a 3.5 point spread, but I don't know, man. I like the price on Kittle because the tight end position isn't great. Juwan Jennings I like because he's cheap. I don't love Mac Jones, though, with the stack as much as I just like these guys as cheap one-offs that are going to get me to better plays and I can build around other stacks. Maybe I'm seeing this one wrong, but that's kind of how I look at it right now.
No, I tend to agree just because Mac Jones, I still think more often than not, he's more likely to be a distributor to these weapons. And that, yes, he will get points for that. That's kind of his role in some ways, but I don't see crazy potential. And the one-offs are super easy. You can take a couple of these guys. Obviously, if you have the money, go get McCaffrey. Kittle, tight end was a weak position, and Jennings. It's those guys. I'm going to have them peppered. I'm not sure I'll get to Mac Jones, though, in any major way at all.
I'm not sure I will either. I'll have some, and I know in 150 spots the Sims are going to give me some, and I'm not going to try to not get any. But I don't know how much I'm going to have in the spy, power sweep, those types. I don't know if I'm going to use my select few lineups in those single and 3 max to get to Mac Jones. That might be the best way for me to put it.
I would echo those thoughts. Yep.
Let's wrap this one up before Eric and Spags take over. The Detroit Lions. How about this moving towards Washington? Very interesting. Very, very interesting, as a matter of fact. I'm getting to some of the Lions. I know the Sims don't love it. I'm going to force some in because I know that Dan Campbell's proclivity for just sometimes coming off a bad week, putting your foot on the brakes and stomping a team out. And on the gas, stomping a team out. If he does that, I want to get some, man. And, someone mentioned to me in one of my betting videos earlier in the week, they're like, don't forget about them getting embarrassed in the divisional round last year. Normally I'd go, who cares? But with Dan Campbell, we know that he's vengeful. We saw him do it against Dallas with that Penny Sewell touchdown. Remember that?
I remember that.
And that was a kind of revenge for them. So do I get it? There's a lot of bodies here, a lot of mouths to feed. They're not a super cheap team. Yes, I totally understand all of that stuff, but I still want to get to some stacks for the Detroit Lions. This may be kind of one of the stands that I take with Jared Goff only being 6% owned. I'm going to get to some of these stacks here for sure.
Fascinating game. I don't want to overreact to even 1 or 2 games, but if Detroit somehow loses this game, that would be serious alarm bells for
big
me.
Time.
I don't think that's going to happen. And if there's one thing we've seen about Detroit, you echoed, you mentioned all these, they can score 50 points. They have the ability to have 7 touchdowns on offense. And you need that because you're not going to get that much of a concentrated batch most likely. And you've got Gibbs, St. Brown, Laporta, Montgomery, random people, Jamison Williams, who had a sick touchdown last week. I like it. And if you do like that, to your point, how do you not rope in Goff a little bit? Because, he's a distributor too, like Mac Jones, but he might be distributing 6 touchdowns today. So I get it. It's funny. I like Detroit as a team. I couldn't give you one single Detroit player that I say that's the guy.
For me, it's St. Brown. I do like Amon-Ra this week.
Do you like him more than like Puka?
It's, no, but Greg and I had this conversation the other day, and there's this misconception that St. Brown's target volume and is way lower than these guys. He has 4 fewer targets than JSN on the year. Like he does get they do like him a lot, and he has 3. The funny thing about St. Brown actually has better touchdown equity than Puka Nacua.
Yeah, I agree with that because
it doesn't mean he's a better player. It just means that there's no St. Brown has 3 touchdown upside. We already saw it this season. So I have some interest for sure.
That's fair.
Dalton says, I've seen too many times where lineups with 5, 6, or 7 lines.
Yeah.
I don't know about 7, but like 5 lines finishes top 10. Yeah, we see that all the time. It's crazy. So that's kind of where I'm at here. You guys obviously draw your own conclusions, but it's a spot that I'll have some of. I don't want to get to 31% Deebo Samuel, though, and that's what's popping in the Sims right now. I'm still not convinced he's fully healthy.
Killed me whenever that last game was. But, I'm a little – I'll tell you, I was really surprised at how much he was showing up. I really didn't get that. So he's going to be in the pool just because there's definitely going to be plenty of lineups I don't touch. I just run the Sims and they grade out well and he's in there and so be it. He is not someone I will manually boost. And if anything, I may pivot away from him in a couple of spots. He's fine price-wise, but I'm really not on the Washington bandwagon. They're a mess right now.
Yep. And you know what? That line is moving towards Washington. Maybe you and I are just misreading something, but yeah.
I don't know. I'm still a big believer that the Lions are fine. There are no issues. But we're going to find out today, I guess.
We had a super chat. Any interest in Mariota over Brissett? I personally don't know.
Me neither.
And then we'll close it out with this. Doug Holliday, does it worry you that Puka's been a dud lately and Adams has been the stud? That's not true. Puka got hurt against Baltimore. And then
gets hurt.
And then didn't play against Jacksonville, right, in that London game. And then last week he had 7 for 95 and a touchdown. So he hasn't been a dud at all, like not even remotely close. So no, I don't worry about that. All I'm saying is I like St. Brown. And I think a lot of people see him way below those other guys. And that's fair. Totally reasonable. Anything before we get out of here, man? Turn this over to Spags and Eric.
No, I think we're in good shape. Again, it's going to be a fun slate, both on the betting side over on tails and right here. So I'm excited to hear what the fellas have to say. And let's see someone. I'm not going to make any crazy predictions, but let's see some screenshots.
Well, love you all. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Stick around. I got you. Chris Spags coming up next with Eric Lindquist, taking you all the way up to 1 o'clock Eastern time. Good luck, guys. We'll see you at the top of the leaderboard with those Stokastic avatars. Bye-bye.
Of course, I'm muted. Mother heifer. I did such a good job with the changeover. I had all the boxes set up. I had the Sims pulled up. Everything was great. And then, well, that happened. It's kind of the way you feel about your lineups before the slate starts. I'm Eric Lindquist. You can follow me at Eric Lindquist over on X. I'm like I always am here on this lovely, lovely Sunday by my friend Chris Spags. You can follow him at Chris Spags. I got to see him on Friday, even though that was unsuspecting. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. How you doing, my dude?
I'm glad to be here. I think we have an interesting slate in front of us. Definitely some options where I'm feeling like I am not aligned enough with some of the projection data, which spooks me for sure. But there's definitely some interesting things going on. Weather, we're concerned about as well. I watched all of Lafayette and Ben's show, and I feel like at this point for me, Eric, I just try not to repeat their points over and over again because it seeps into your head with how good Lafayette and Ben are at what they do.
I think what's beautiful about them is that they do such a good job of encapsulating the data and then also just having hey, I have this preference to maybe boost this, because at the end of the day, if you project somebody ever so slightly different, or remember, touchdowns are worth 6. So you're going to get volatility that exists, like Lamar Jackson gets a rushing touchdown, Josh Allen doesn't. That's a huge difference in terms of how you're going to look at somebody. And would it shock either of us if he goes in for a rushing touchdown? No, but they do such a good job of knowing ball and then allowing the data to do the work for them. So I think you're going to be just fine, Spags. Plus you have me, right?
That's always a positive for sure to have you around. I mean, boy, that's what I say. When I do my blessings in the morning, I go, boy, thank God it's an Eric Lindquist day today.
Oh, well, you know what? Last Friday, this previous Friday isn't not last Friday, but the Friday that just happened. I want to thank Spags for taking the show from Eric. I won the 20 max. Hey, I don't know if you noticed my nuke of the nights last week. I could not have been better on these shows from an NBA perspective, period. End of story. That's all I got to add. But here's the thing. Chris Spags is a genius as well. We started coming up the ranks here at Stokastic together, and boy, oh boy, is he sharp in the NBA streets. Hopefully, you've enjoyed having him on some Live Before Locks. I surely have as well. Friday was an awesome one, great slate, and shout out to Spags for being smart and stuff.
And also knowing when to show up for shows, which was one of Eric's failures that he was hinting at earlier.
So today's slate, we got week 10. We're really looking forward to this one. Hit that like button if you could for us. That would be fantastic. Plus, one other thing that we need to have you guys do while you're just sitting there, getting ready to rock with your lineups, download the Tails app. This is the easiest thing you can do to support this show right now. Head to the App Store. Head to the Google Play Store if you're an Android user. I don't trust those all the time, but we got ourselves the Tails app. It's available to you everywhere. It is an awesome opportunity for you to get some free bets from myself, from Lofty, from Ben Raza, from so many sharp experts, as well as some VIP plays for the people. Download the Tails app and see what all the fuss is about, what we keep talking about on these shows. I think you'll like it. Alrighty, y'all. We got ourselves an awesome slate here, week 10. Do you have any overarching takes that you want to bring up here before we dive in position by position like we always do?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for me, the hardest part I'm finding on the slate is playing the guys I actually want to play. And there's a lot of them that you can get to. But even guys like I think are mostly being overlooked in terms of ownership, like Jahmyr Gibbs, hard to kind of get him in with some of the lineups I like. I do think there's interesting opportunity for Quinshon Judkins. He's not coming up super frequently in the projections, but I'm trying to boost him a little bit, get him in lineups with Rico Dowdle and some of the other chalk. Romo Dunze, a guy I like, and I really feel like nobody is with me. I mean, Lafayette and Ben, again, were supportive of that on their show, so that made me feel a little bit better. But I have not heard a lot of positive Romo Dunze chatter, and I'm definitely not getting the data. So I think really this week, to me, Eric, I think more than any feels kind of like a choose your own adventure where there isn't really concentrated, obvious chalk. There's no Kyle Manun guys here. It's just a bunch of dudes you could play that might be good and might kill you. Who knows?
So Romo Dunze plays in a game that puts up almost 100 points, and he has a bagel. Like, it's not going to feel good clicking on him at his price point coming off of that, but that's kind of the way the cookie crumbles in football from time to time. So I get the game theory aspect of it. We'll dive into more than just Romo Dunze and things of that nature. 6K Romo Dunze over on DK. On FanDuel, completely unplayable for me, although probably has more utility there just because you're looking for the tutties. But we got weather to talk about. That's pretty much the only weather spot I think that we really have to talk about. Anything else that you wanted to say? Actives and actives, nothing really surprised me. We have DeAndre Swift in. That would have been a disaster to try to do live on this show if we had Kyle Monangai week part 2.
Yeah, I kind of wish that we only had one of those running backs because it does seem like it'll be a hot hand approach. People in the chat freaking out about the weather stuff. Weather does, winds, obviously you want to worry about a little bit more.
Yeah.
The total for the Chicago game, not moving a crazy amount. So I know people are concerned about the weather. It's moved a little bit, but still a pretty decent total here with Chicago being the favorite. So I'm not, the chat loves to freak out about weather. I understand it. It is still baked into the process here for the most part.
I'm just such a calming influence. I think that's what it is that, I'm somebody who comes in with a calm, cool, collected psyche. I like the game of football. All right. Nobody gets that one. That's a reference from 6 years ago. No big. Let's get into it, shall we, Spags?
Let's do it.
All right. We get started at the quarterback position like we normally do. And I do think this is like a Starsy and Scrubsy slate to me because the quarterbacks I'm playing are either very expensive or they are very cheap. And there's not a lot in the middle aside from Mac Jones, I guess, if you want to call him in the 5K range, somewhat serviceable. But I kind of consider him cheap as well. But Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, both pulling pretty equal ownership. If you're playing 3 max or single entry, do you have a preference between Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson on today's slate? Because I surely do.
I would prefer Josh Allen. The tough part for me is that I think Lamar Jackson's going to be pretty decently owned, projected for 10%. Wouldn't shock me to be a little bit higher. I don't love this matchup for Lamar. And really, I also probably played a little bit too much of Vikings defense and some of my hand-built simmed out stuff. Because I do think the matchup for me with Lamar, a guy who's taking about a 10% sack rate right now, seeing pressure on 40% of his dropbacks, going against a team that blitzes 41% of the time and gets pressure 31%. I think that's kind of scary for Lamar. Josh Allen, to me, with that total being just shy of 30, matchup so much easier. A Miami team that was already bad and lost some pieces on defense via trades. I think the stacking Josh Allen's always a tough part, but you go Kincaid. I feel pretty good about that. I know you had some tails picks for Kincaid, and I support that as well. Shakir with Kincaid, that works with Allen. Really, the big risk is that James Cook goes nuts for him, as happens a lot for Buffalo. But I like the Allen side more, and I think that's one thing that'll make me different this week, I guess.
Not only that, but you get cheap pass catchers that you can kind of rotate in. We got Joshua Palmer going to be out again this week. He hasn't been around since week 6. So it's been a long time coming anyway. Not that that really mattered to me all that much, but I don't think I'm that interested in like a Tyrell Shavers or an Elijah Moore, but I think we can rotate in Shakir, Curtis Samuel, and then of course, Dalton Kincaid. I think he's the one I'm having a tough time figuring out what to do from a DFS perspective, because I know in the red zone, he's going to be involved. He has nearly 2-1. It was nearly plus 200. I got plus 193 at Profit X there to be able to get him to score a tutty. But he's actually the guy who played the 3rd most snaps at the tight end position for Buffalo last week. So I think what happens is that Josh Allen just ends up being a guy that, well, it doesn't feel comfortable. I think that we have enough that we can rotate around in terms of pass catchers. And then I don't think I'm going to end up stacking him up with any James Cook when it's all said and done. But like, we're waiting for that explosive Josh Allen running game, right? Like, we haven't had it at all this year. Lamar Jackson coming off of getting dinged up. I'm still not sold that he's just like willy-nilly going to go out there and run, especially against a Brian Flores defense. Maybe this is just me looking at Miami, looking at the matchup, looking at everything. If I'm going to spend up for quarterback, I want to go to the guy who I think has by far the highest ceiling on this slate, and I think that's Josh Allen amongst them.
Yeah, and I think that's totally reasonable from how I see it as well. I mean, for Josh Allen, the one thing I'd say about in terms of hitting that rushing ceiling, it seems a little bit tough is that, you do have Cook playing incredibly well, I'd say. To start the year, he had tremendous touchdown equity last year. This year, the red zone work about as strong as many running backs, not your top guys like McCaffrey or Jonathan Taylor. The 3.5 red zone opportunities a game, 1.4 inside the 10-yard line. He's also more of a threat than many running backs, I think, to break those 50-yard touchdowns. And Josh Allen's only running 5.8 times a game, and I feel like for him, the kind of game environment where it is more of an an expected push by the opponent, maybe you get to see Allen run a little bit more. But, I think that you could play a bunch of configurations here with how high the total is and how bad Miami is. You could hit, I think, a bunch of different ways potentially. Just Buffalo can most likely do whatever it wants today. It's just a matter of what do they choose to do and how do they get the results.
Yep. And for me, I do agree where it doesn't have to run as much anymore. James Cook's been awesome. He's so elusive too. It's not like he's fast. It's not like he's some like burner. He's just a good football player. He's kind of like the guy at the Y who's sitting in the high post and just like knows how to ball and like commands the offense, knocks down 15-foot mid-range jumpers. We all know that guy. That's James Cook on a football field. That's the best analogy I've got for it. Not that you don't know, you watch football too, but is Guy playing today? Yes, he is playing today. It's just that DeAndre Swift is back, and we'll get into that because maybe there is something to still mine out of that situation against a Giants run defense that not good. Pass rush, pretty good. It's going to be an interesting spot, that's for sure, with that 20-mile-per-hour wind weather, but not going to freak out about it too much because Spag said I can't. All right, let's get to some other quarterbacks that we've got here on the expensive end. Matt Stafford, Baker Mayfield. A lot of doubles about Baker Mayfield, and I can't really say anything against it. I like the Tez Johnson side a little bit more. I'm still a Gonzalez stan. He didn't play very well against Drake London. You know who else isn't going to play well against Drake London? A lot of people he's just torching Sauce Gardner here this morning before he got dinged up at the end of that first half. But Stafford, I think he's kind of the preferred way that the Sims are going towards. I mean, the Sims are very high on this football game. The Rams, San Francisco, can't blame them. You get elite pass catchers at both positions, running back and wide receiver there with McCaffrey and Nakua. You also get some cheapy mid-range guys that we can take shots on. Kittle's super underpriced. Jennings is very cheap. How do you feel about Stafford and Mayfield? Because I feel like it's another like pick your poison, pick your adventure kind of spot.
Yeah, I'm a little bit lower, and the sim was with me on it, so I'm kind of happy with these results I got. But Baker Mayfield only got 4%. Field's expected to be about at 11. Stafford, I'm with the field on. I'm more enthusiastic about that one because I like Puka, and I like kind of just pairing the QB with the guy who I expect can potentially have a slate-breaking ceiling. But I'm low on the New England-Tampa Bay game a little bit. And look, I get people excited about the Drake May side, people excited about how Baker Mayfield plays. And, the stack certainly for Tampa Bay at this point is pretty clean with the fact that, Evans is out, Godwin's out, even Bucky, who's been great in the past game, still unavailable. As much as that kills my best ball portfolio, it is good for Mike Egbuka, good for Tez Johnson. Those guys project pretty well, but pretty decently owned. Cade Otton also projected to be over 10% owned. You have decent ownership coming on Hunter Henry. Sites around the industry also pushing him as a top protected tight end play. That's going to probably make him literally a cash game play on some sites out there. It just feels a little bit overowned, and I think these teams are not as bad, in pass defense as people might think, especially Tampa Bay, who is down to a 0.01 EPA per dropback, 0.01 EPA per pass. We're talking about a little bit better than league average. New England's defense on the other side, same things, a little bit better than league average. I'm just not sold this one goes nuts, but I'm a known Drake May hater, even though I have acquiesced to him playing well for fantasy. He's starting to make some real dumb shit plays though in the field lately, some turnovers that are not great. I'm curious to see when the downside of Drake May happens, and in a week where he might be the chalk stack, I think he's your cash game QB right now.
Oh no!
I don't need to be there.
No. We don't have to play Drake May in cash. We don't have to do that. No, I would definitely be going expensive to Josh Allen, or I'd be going probably cheap, depending on the site. I mean, FanDuel, you're playing Marcus Mariota more than likely. I would probably try to split some kind of exposure with it, but Drake May and cash would terrify me this week.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just running kind of industry averages, he was coming up to me in the optimal. I think with Stokastic data, it might be a little bit different, but he's still coming up 8% owned. People love Drake May, and I think people really think that Tampa Bay is a pass funnel, and they are like a really good run defense, but they're also just like kind of a decent defense. And I don't think that's been fully caught on yet by the public. And Drake May playing against good teams doesn't happen very often this year, guys. He's been beating up a lot of tomato cans.
Yeah, I guess. And yeah, they've had a pretty weak strength of schedule, no doubt about it. But Tampa Bay, I mean, obviously more of a pass funnel. I kind of get it. But what I'm really looking for like Josh Allen just makes so much sense. I mean, highest implied total that they've got on the entire slate. The total's pushing 50 now, pretty much every book, and they are pretty big favorites for it. I'll just take the quarterback who's at the helm of that for cash and kind of move along my merry way. For tournaments, again, Josh Allen, he's the highest I've got amongst these expensive guys, but I have a lot more interest as we get down the board to some of the cheapies that we're going to discuss right now. We got ourselves Marcus Mariota, who's going to be very popular, 5,300 for him. More popular on FanDuel, where his price just really doesn't make a lot of sense. If you looked over there on FanDuel, 6,300 does a ton for your lineups on FanDuel.
Yeah, I think, Mariota, a tough click for me this week, just because I really think Washington is hitting the shit and the shitter in a way that's not an expression, but that's what came from my heart. I'm so disappointed in Washington. Obviously, I'm a big Jaden Daniels fan. Loved him last year. Ended up having the storybook rookie year. This year, everything they're doing is running bad. You're taking Jaden out, downgrading to Mariota, who is an active downgrade. He's less accurate. The catchable ball rate for him has been towards the bottom part of the league at a 75%. He's not doing good things out there. He's inefficient. He runs 5 times a game. That's nice. But like Mariota is really a quarterback that should not be playing quarterback right now in a league where there's a ton of them. I'm more like the side of Detroit just stomping them today. Like I think Detroit might hang 50 points on them. So Mariota, I'm not crazy about. I got him 5% in the sim. So like, I don't think it's basically flat with the field. I'm not going to poo-poo him too much, but I don't want to have my day relying on Mariota today, personally, no matter what side I'm playing on.
On FanDuel, I think there's a build that I actually kind of like where I just go 6,100 David Montgomery, 8,800 Jahmyr Gibbs, and I can play both running backs. This could be like, it's been like probably 8 years, 7-8 years. But do you remember the slate, the double Atlanta running back W? I can't remember who it was, the pairing that was there back in the day, but they took down the Millie. They put up infinity points, and I keep looking at David Montgomery, 6,100 on FanDuel. I want to give them a little bit of love because usually I'm just sharing the sims from the DK side of things throughout the duration of this program. But 6,100 is a cheap tag for a guy who obviously still gets mixed in. And I don't think they're going to have any issues running the football against Washington.
Yeah, I mean, that I agree. And are you thinking more of the Saints? Ingram Kamara, maybe?
No, there's some Ingram Kamara that was there. There was also like I can't remember it was Coleman and somebody else.
It's Tevin Coleman and who would be the other back?
Other guy that was there. I'll think
Foreman?
of it.
Or no, Freeman? Devontae Freeman?
Yeah, Devontae Freeman. That's exactly who it was. It was the two of them that took down the million. Again, I've been playing DFS for a long damn time. I think that was like 7-8 years ago at least. It was definitely pre-COVID and things of that nature. But holy crap. You can definitely find some touchdown equity with the running game there with Detroit. I'm not sure what I want to do with Amon-Ra St. Brown or anything. Isaac Tesla, I might play in a lineup on 4,200 on FanDuel, but enough about that. Let's get back over to the DK side of things and these mid-range quarterbacks. Sam Darnold's pulling a little bit of ownership here in the top 150 of the Sims. I think that's all right. Marcus Mariota, obviously not popular over on DK, far more popular on the FanDuel side of things. And then Mac Jones, who right now is the quarterback that I'm the most overweight to. I don't think it's going to be written in stone here. It's not concrete. I do a lot of late swapping in the afternoons based on how my lineups are doing. I want to get the early information. I want to be able to react to how my lineups are doing in the moment there, just like NBA late swap. You shouldn't be too immune. You just don't want to be, concrete with your lineups here at the pre-flop. Like, I will have Mac Jones in some capacity, but how much is going to definitely depend on how I am doing with this early information. Is Mac Jones at 5K somebody who's showing up in like 15, 16% of your lineups? Because right now it's kind of unavoidable for me, Spags.
He is coming a lot with the Stokastic data. I mean, certainly I get the logic playing him with McCaffrey, not going to hurt.
Yep.
If you're going that way, how much of McCaffrey's work comes in the pass game? I mean, he's really has a role right now for a running back in the pass game that I feel like we haven't seen that I can recall in, the whatever 7 years I've been doing this.
Yeah.
Paying close attention. Like 9 targets a game for McCaffrey is pretty insane. So you go that way with Mac Jones. Juwan Jennings still projects well. Kendrick Bourne, I think, is more of a factor in this offense than he should be with just what he is as a kind of veteran flotsam player that came on the team. But he's getting 5.1 targets a game. He's been pretty good out of the slot, and that is a pretty soft slot matchup going against the Rams. But I got a lot of Mac Jones, got him at 17% the sim. It feels a little aggressive. I'm not like crazy about Mac Jones. There are definitely guys I like more in terms of my plays, but I think it's a projection play that stacks up well and has natural, game stacking bringbacks. I think that Mac Jones makes a lot of sense.
We're definitely going to get an ownership update here in a minute, but there wasn't any news that really dropped that's going to change anything drastically. Maybe, I doubt we're going to do any kind of trimming of anything for Chicago. I think we all are pretty aware of what that wind is and have been over the entire weekend. It's all I've heard about. Because otherwise, I think the Giants in Chicago would be a very fun target with Jackson Dart, Caleb Williams, 2 offenses that seem to be semi-functional. Obviously, no Scattaboo, and now Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary. Good luck figuring that out, but good times are had by all. Corey Ballmer, remember, for 40 months is a long damn time, over 3.5 years that he's been hanging out with us over at Stokastic. Puka and D Mercado, or Kyron and Nico on DK. For me, I do like a piece from each side of that, and D Mercado, I think it's kind of sneaky on the afternoon slate, 4,500, but not really a necessity here for the main slate. I think it's got to be Kyron and Nico, but I'm not huge on Nico. I'm a lot higher on Puka, but Kyron is kind of the tiebreaker for me. He's my favorite of the 4.
Yeah, I think DeMercado is not really a main slate play to me. I mean, he definitely got back in the mix, took Michael Carter's role, it seemed, but it's like a tough matchup, not a good total. I would play the 2 legit guys, which would be Kyron and Nico.
Yeah, he says vocabulary-ish, veteran flotsam and jetsam. Isn't that like, those are the eels from Little Mermaid.
I think that's also because of the actual meaning of the word. So they thought that'd be cute to pair that together.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. We got ourselves Colin James. I love you though. Skull, Eric. Hope you bet it, dude. Easily double the century. I don't feel that way at all, but we'll get there. Let's get to the extreme cheapie that I'm the most interested in. The guy I'm rolling out in single entry. His name is Jacoby Brissett on the opposite end of that Sam Darnold football game there. I love Trey McBride. I think that has been emphasized over the course of the last 2+ years of basically tracking it. Me wanting to break best ball in half last year as he ran terrible in touchdown variance. This year, of course, it's coming to fruition because he got an actual functional quarterback. Not a good quarterback, but functional quarterback. And that's all you needed for Trey McBride. It's coming to fruition with Jacoby Brissett. I'm going to have a little bit of him. I'm not going to play Marvin Harrison with that one. It's just going to be a skinny there with Jacoby Brissett. Kind of the way that Lofty, I heard the show previous to us there, where he was talking about having skinnies of Davis Mills and Nico Collins. I just kind of prefer having the tight end position boxed in where you get that massive Super Saiyan ceiling from Trey McBride. I'll take the cheap quarterback who's probably taking part in at least 1 or 2 of those tutties. So I like that side of it. Who's your favorite cheap quarterback to punt with this week?
I think it would be Brissett for me too. I will say, I don't like Davis Mills very much, but he does come up in a few of the top ROI lineups. So I feel like just pointing that out is my civic duty to you guys out there. But for Brissett, I think he's a legit player here. I don't love the total. It kind of does feel like we find Jacoby Brissett's for a little bit more spot, but he's played well against, decent defensive teams that I would grade out well. Like I think the Packers spot would be one you'd point to first. But, Seattle's defense is pretty tough. -0.02 EPA per drop back, a -0.03 EPA per pass. We're now talking towards the better part of the league. -0.12 EPA per rush. Also definitely towards the best parts of the league. So good run defense for Seattle, good pass defense. But Brissett just finds ways to hang in the pocket. He's seeing pressure on almost 50% of his dropbacks, but only a -0.4 EPA on those plays, which is pretty good for a QB under pressure. I'm with you. I think that McBride still looks good. I probably would not chase Harrison, though. I do think there's some, volatility to how he's going to play because he gets a ton of deep targets, averaging 15 air yards per target on the year. Is Marvin Harrison right now. But the match for McBride's pretty good. Seattle, out of all the strong defensive things they bring, they don't defend inline tight ends well. 0.5 EPA allowed on those plays, slot 2, 0.34 EPA per target. These are soft numbers. So I think McBride should be safe, even if you don't want to play him with Brissett.
one of my favorite things here at Stokastic, just how easy we make it to be able to encapsulate exactly what you're getting in the Sims. So you can see, go to lineups, I favorite. I just took the top 150. You can ramp up the uniques there as well, but I try to run it as standard as possible when I'm on this show, 25% to first. So obviously you're going to want to ramp that up a tiny bit if you're playing in the milli, move it to the 30, 35% type markers there. You just basically divide whatever first place is, you divide it by the prize pool and you're all set to go there. But yeah, am I going to be double stacking Jacoby Brissett? If you go to exposures, obviously we can take a look at some of the other stack ROIs too, to kind of encapsulate that. But oh yeah, I got to go through and favorite it one more time because I was explaining it there. So we take our top 150, we jump over to exposures, and you can see you click on this little slider. I was just sharing where we don't show exactly stack exposures, and now we have them. Jacoby Brissett, I do prefer mostly to go with the double version of it, but I am in single entry going to roll out a single version of it with him and Trey McBride. It allows for me to still get to a lot. That's just over 10K of my salary put towards Brissett, towards McBride. And then I like having some of that early information to make late decisions. That's the best way that I can describe it. But anything else you want to discuss here at the quarterback spot, Spags?
Chat saying Jackson Dart, Brian saying Dart could run for more than Jacoby puts up. Sure. I like Jackson Dart today. Again, I'm not freaking out too much about the weather. I get the total moved a point. That's not enough to me to make Chicago or really New York, look viable here. But I think for Jackson Dart, Chicago's defense is turning into one of the worst secondaries in football. We now have enough of a sample size to feel good about that. I think for Dart, it's a spot where even if he doesn't sling it downfield because of the wind, and he can definitely cut his passes through the wind if he has to, you got low ADOT guys or guys who can be low ADOT targets like Wandale, like Theo Johnson. Slayton would be affected if you are worried about the wind. But Dart with the rushing upside and the fact they don't trust either running back. Devin Singletary outsnapped Tyron Tracy last week. They don't like Tracy anymore, which I thankfully got in front of last week. But they want to pass if they can. I think wind aside, it should be a good spot for Dart. So he and Fields are two guys I'm taking a leap on a little bit that I don't think, the Fields one just feels dirty at this point.
Favorite expensive quarterback?
I think still Josh Allen.
Favorite single entry quarterback?
Single entry. I'd probably go Dart for that personally.
Okay. Dart for you, Jacoby Brissett for me. We'll see how that all pans out. Before we get ourselves to the running back position, I had a lot of people asking me, Eric, how do you get the Sims? Is there a promo code going on? Something of that nature. I should also probably scroll back here for 1 second and make sure that I don't have this comment just like sitting eternally on the screen. That would be a good idea. But what would also be a good idea is everybody checking out the link join that we've got rocking right now. Look at all of these things that we've got going. We've got the Sims doing work in the NFL Showdown streets, not just here, but Kevin Gallagher, he was able to take down some dubs there. Focus 1010 over on FanDuel. He got the Sims core for free after signing up for BetMGM. First 4 lineups submitted and boom. Oh, that's useful. That's pretty darn useful, as well as Pedro here. Been watching Lofty and crew for a while, playing low stakes there, takes down $300 in the quarter jukebox. That's less, looks like $1 allocated to win 300. It is an unbelievable ROI. Now, this isn't guaranteed for absolutely everybody, but look at all these wins already. Look at these damn wins that we've had in the NFL streets alone. That's not even encapsulating what the NBA Sims have been capable of doing the first couple of weeks of the season. We're not even a month into the NBA season. So you guys want to check out the link join. We've got DraftKings, Underdog, Onyx Odds. You can sign up for the Sims. Every partner you sign up for gets you a month. You go to the video description box below. You let us know, hey, I've just signed up for DraftKings. Just follow those instructions and get yourself a month of the Sims completely free to you. It's good times. I recommend doing it. And then, well, you can share in, the wealth. You can give us some love over on X or things of that nature, or just make us feel special and stuff. But Spags is always special, so he's doing just fine. But check out the Sims, guys. It's going to get you some good stuff. Oh, God, did JT just bust off a long one? Yeah, he sure did. Oh, son of a bitch.
80 yards.
Oh, no. Yeah. My $500 year-long league, I'm so fucking toast. Oh, my God. I can't run worse. I'm like 4-5 in that thing, and of course, I'm playing JT today. So,
yeah.
Year-long is stupid. Let's get back into daily fantasy where we don't have to worry about Jonathan Taylor scoring 2 more tutties, over 200 yards rushing. F it, we'll do it live. I'm just in so much pain right now. All right.
I drafted so much Bucky Irving in best ball. I loved him. And I'm like, he was right next to Jonathan Taylor. And I kept clicking Bucky over him. And I have a few teams where I did not do that. But my God, it is one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made with my money in gambling. And it's driving me. I can't even look at my best ball teams on a weekly basis now because of Bucky Irving and Jaden Daniels being hurt. But Bucky over JT is an abomination right now.
83-yard run. Oh my God. Why do we I hate the guy I'm playing too. Can I just say that? I hate the guy. You know when you hate a guy just talks shit all the time. He goes, "Oh, I'm Eric. I talk fantasy all day and I can't beat Eric." It's like I could just snap on this dude. It's all right. He's a twat and he knows it. All right, let's get ourselves to the running back position. It's going to be good times. Yeah, this is going to be a fun show now. We're having fun. Christian McCaffrey, 9K for him. He seems good at football, Spags. This is the one. This is the one thing that I did in the Sims that is just completely different. I got to Jahmyr Gibbs. I think Jahmyr Gibbs could smash today. Jahmyr Gibbs not really showing up if you're running the Sims unencumbered, but let's keep this in mind. Obviously, he's not in the timeshare, or he is in the timeshare that Christian McCaffrey is not. Like Brian Robinson comes in for a snap here, snap there, whatever. Jahmyr Gibbs has to deal with David Montgomery. I said there's a world on FanDuel where you could play both in the same lineup, and I totally agree with it. I truly think there are 4 or 5 rushing touchdowns on the board if Detroit wants it. Now, they want to get Jameson Williams involved. They talked about Isaac Tesla. They got Sam Laporta going last week against the Vikings, although it didn't matter. Skull. And they have Amon-Ra St. Brown, the sun god, who is an absolute freak. But I love Jahmyr Gibbs for tournaments today. James Cook for tournaments as well, especially with the ownership coming in on Josh Allen. I just like the expensive running backs as differentiating pieces. And there isn't as many of these. Like we have Amon-Ra there, Jackson Smith and Jigba and Puka Nacua. But here's the thing. They're all in the afternoon. They're all in the second portion of this slate. And with as much McCaffrey as I have, if I want to mix and match some of these wide receivers, especially Puka Nacua, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, the two I'm the most interested in, and obviously they project a lot better than Amon-Ra, I can make that happen. So I boosted Jahmyr Gibbs. I want to get to more of him. I don't know if we need to really even say anything about Christian McCaffrey at this stage other than opportunity cost, Spags. But like, how do you feel about the expensive end of running backs? Because there's basically 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I like Gibbs a lot. The fact that he is honestly not coming up in the sim kind of appealing to me, even though it doesn't sound great. But, boosting guys like that who just aren't picking up a ton of ownership when you have McCaffrey projected for about 30% around him. James Cook, I think, is also a good play, but he's picking up 14, 15. Devon Achane expected to be at 30% owned, so pay up a little bit more, get to Gibbs. He's really the one unowned running back in this range. And I think people too, like, Montgomery, I get it. I think your concept of playing both of them is not a crazy thing to do, especially in a 150 set of lineups. But I think really Montgomery's getting touted a little bit too much this week. Like he's coming up, I think, in some of the industry-wide products as well, coming up more than I would say he normally would. I think it's just making people sleep on Gibbs a little bit too much. And McCaffrey's great. The workload spam is all there, like for him every week. But, this is like a really good match because Washington is right now the worst defense in football, I think, all around, where they don't defend the run well, they don't defend the pass well. And you have Detroit, who goes for it over and over again and will hang 50 on you if you can't keep up. Like they'll just keep scoring, keep running. I think Amon-Ra's live to score some touchdowns as well. Try to play some Gibbs and Amon-Ra, but Detroit seems weirdly unowned for a team that will meet like no resistance today because of how bad Washington is.
And that's where I think I just kind of want to try to find my way to the guy who has the 2-3 tutties here. Like, again, David Montgomery is very cheap on FanDuel. Touchdowns matter the most over on FanDuel. On DK, Jahmyr Gibbs isn't going to be involved in the passing game the same way that we're going to get Christian McCaffrey involved in the passing game, but he's cheaper. It gives me a little bit of a different look. And man, do I think that they are live for just some craziness today. I'm completely with you. Last week, Detroit kind of failed me against my Vikings. Obviously, I was okay with it. I was on the Goff side of things. I am very much on the Gibbs Montgomery side of things for this game. We got James Cook, though. We talked about him kind of in passing. But Devon Achane, you talk about receiving props. I mean, we've got 50 plus there for Christian McCaffrey. I think 53.5 across the board, kind of the industry standard last time I looked. Devon Achane isn't a slouch, 30.5 that he's sitting at pretty much across the industry. Buffalo, a little bit more stringent in the defensive department, but Achane He's just playing a ton. I know Ollie Gordon had a little bit of hype coming into the season, yada, yada, yada. It's Devon Achan's backfield, and, they're just going to run him to the very end here. You've got Kyron Williams, though. Another thing, I guess. So these are the two stands I basically have boosted up from the Sims. Kyron Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs. Is there a world where Kyron Williams has just been limited because they're up by 30 every single time? Oops, didn't mean to jump over to that. My bad. But how do you feel about those guys specifically? Devon Achan, Kyron Williams, two of my favorite running backs on today's slate.
Yeah, I get it with Achan. I'm a little baffled by him being so owned. Like 30% plus feels like a lot for a team that is, an underdog. They're at home, but, facing a Buffalo team that's not very good at defending the run. But Achan's value isn't necessarily just getting run plays. And look, Achan could go for 50 in a given day. And obviously, if he did that at 30% owned, you would have to have him. But it's a lot of ownership for a spot where, I like getting direct leverage on him playing James Cook, who's going to be 13.5% expected owned compared to 30% for Achan. I think that James Cook going nuts today is one of those game scripts that can happen that gets you off the beaten path a little bit for the hefty Josh Allen ownership and pretty decent ownership of some of his pass catchers as well. But I get it. Achan is kind of like mini McCaffrey getting, 6.7 targets a game, but he's not like full McCaffrey. The red zone rolls and is good. He's not getting quite as many targets, and the offense is nowhere near as functional as the Niners one seems to be every week. So I am lower on Achan, I think, than I would like to be relative to the field, but it's just, he's so chalky. Kyron too, I'm with you. Good play there. I think the Rams going nuts in the spot today would not be crazy. Niners defense right now is not very good, very banged up, has lost some of their key players like Warner this year, which doesn't matter too much for normally how I view things, but the results are getting worse every week for the Niners. So really, to me, you can talk me into Cook, you can talk me into Gibbs, you can talk me into Judkins, and just kind of taking your Achan ownership down from there and getting more of those guys.
Yeah, because I'm not going to be lower on Dowdle, which is crazy to say out loud. If you had told me in week 10 that I would just be jamming Rico Dowdle and be very comfortable with it, I would have told you, one, can I have some? I don't know what it is that you were on, but can I have some? Because obviously it is lit. And then two, I would just be like, well, obviously every other football team in the NFL is on strike. So Rico Dowdle, 6,300, I find him unavoidable. There's nothing that could get you off of Rico Dowdle. They said that they were going to feed him. They absolutely fed him against Green Bay. He's been the path to so many of their victories this year. Barring injury, I just don't see how with Ted McMillan out there that they don't at least have some kind of, I have reservations about how healthy Ted McMillan is off of a Friday hamstring tweak. But the fact that he's even out there, I think is enough for me to know that they can't just stack 9-10-man boxes repeatedly on Rico Dowdle. And that's enough for me against the Saints, where brought it up multiple times on the show. They were 12th in DVOA last week against the run. And there's no question that it's about the only thing they're functional at stopping, period, from a defensive perspective. But the volume is just too good to ignore. And now that they've gone away from Chuba, 3 carries for Chuba last week? Rico Dowdle is unavoidable at 6,300, 86% of lineups. I actually have him in 90 right now in my full allotment. Do you feel the same way I do, Spags?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the lineups I'm putting in, I'm going to have a little bit less than the 90% I'm getting in the Sim top 150 right now, just because, when everybody expects the guy to go off, I think trying to get some ways around that in some portion of lineups is not a bad move. But I'm with you. He's just too cheap for the opportunity. The fact that he just beat up on a much better defense of the Packers was really the driving force of that upset. I would say he's been the driving force of pretty much all of the Panthers' wins this year because of the fact that he has been, a guy that does eat up clock. They seemingly can't stop him in the pass game. When they do throw the few targets he gets per game there, can't stop him in the run game either. I'm incredibly efficient in both parts of the game, 0.13 EPA per run, 0.04 EPA per pass, all good stuff for him. Even though, 15% avoided tackle rate, that's pretty middle of the pack. But I think Rico Dowdle's been really good. Is really the main thing. The toughest part for me is that the Saints defense is pretty strong in the run game, like Eric mentioned. Red zone run defense, one of the better teams in the league overall, negative 0.05 EPA per rush. So we are talking towards the better part of the league. But New Orleans has Tyler Shuck playing quarterback, who I don't think is going to keep the ball out of that side of the field. So even if the matchup's not great, New Orleans just can't. See, I would guess New Orleans can't do much today. And I guess that's really, Eric, maybe the only way you get away from Rico Dowdle is you play a shootout happening here, I guess. And that's the only way that Rico can't get there. But if it goes as expected, the Carolinas just be running the ball and have 40-minute time of possession or something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I feel about it as well. Carolina defense going to be probably the biggest important factor of defense outside of the Jags, where they're just a little bit strangely priced as well. I mean, I don't find them. Where are they? They're not even sitting on the board here right now. I absolutely love Carolina defenses, does I think everybody else today. They're just so cheap. Just makes it super easy. I think 3,600 on FanDuel. That's where I've really jammed them. I'm playing a lot on both sites today. And yeah, FanDuel, that's just an insane price tag. So yeah, well, it's not as advantageous over on DK. On the FanDuel side of things, I'm surely rocking in the free world. We got ourselves Quinshon Judkins, 12% ownership. I know you were just ringing the bell for him there. Travion Henderson, we got to get into a conversation about, because, I mean, 12.5 rushing attempts is kind of his prop across the industry right now. I know that Vrabel hates him, but like, is there a way around Travion Henderson being the guy who gets 75% of the work today, no matter what? I don't think so. Like, I think you just click on a little bit of Henderson. I'm about at the field. I'm fine with that. But Quinshon Judkins said that you had a little bit more than the 12%. I'm quite literally holding hands with the field, 11% in my personal portfolio. What is it about Quinshon Judkins? Obviously, low total game. Jets defense maybe just completely decrepit, and no Q out there anymore now that he's in Dallas. Tell the people about Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing, and Lafayette and Ben talked about this, is like there isn't great PPR work right now for Judkins, only getting 2 targets a game, catching 1.7 of them, but he is getting 3 red zone opportunities a game for a team that's not, moving the ball super well. 1.7 of which are inside the 10-yard line. I think the price tag works. Judkins, not a guy I was super in on, in the preseason because, well, number one, he had the domestic violence stuff hanging over his head. Number two, he didn't grade out to me as a special back at Ohio State. Like, he had a couple outlier games, but wasn't missing a ton of tackles, was fairly efficient. But I think what he's been as a pro has been, at least you watch the film, the results have been there as well in terms of spike week stuff. He's now facing a Jets team that maybe they come together as a team more, and that they shift out a couple guys that were not adding as much value as I think people might have perceived to this team. That the defense was awful before. It's only going to get worse, though. And they already were a team giving up a 0.04 EPA per rush, giving up a healthy 0.05 EPA per red zone rush, which is normally where teams do stiffen up a little bit more. They weren't able to do that. And now you're taking out their run-stopping defensive tackle. You're also removing a corner who should theoretically make it a little more constricted. So I don't know. I think if Judkins is going to hit, this is the kind of spot where he does. But I think the Jets, certainly a team that dead cat bounce, I guess, could be possible for them at this point.
Yeah. Just absurd. Just kind of an absurd spot with the Jets. I mean, there's nothing much to say about like Quinshon Judkins. Yeah, he has to get there by way of touchdowns, but like this would be the spot that I think you could just run the ball eternally against a defense that can't do anything about it. And here you are. So I'm all right with it. As we go down the list, obviously
also, can we say real fast? Chat's killing you for saying Judkins instead of Judkins.
I said Judkins.
You said I think you're going fast on it. It sounds like you're saying Junkins, like Dunkins.
I talk fast.
I do too.
Get off my dick.
I get my D out there though. I get my Judkins D.
Get off my D. How about that, y'all? Junk cans. That's actually hilarious. Tyler Alligator. So Tyler Algier just going completely bonkers. That's fun. Almost bet his touchdown today. I didn't because that would have been too convenient. He did score again. That's 2 tutties for that idiot. Good for best ball. But everybody wants to hear about our best ball allotments on week 10 on a live stream with 38 minutes here before lock. Let's keep it moving along. Let's just keep things moving, Any cheapies you want to take shots on? There's trace amounts of Travis Etienne. We talked about DeMercado for like 2.8 seconds. I think that's long enough. Rashad White sitting there at 6,400 isn't exactly cheap, but getting kind of around the field on him. Any other running backs making the cut for you this week?
Yeah, I got 7% Montgomery. You talked about Henderson. Yep. I didn't really say anything about him. So real fast, I got 12% of him. Not super excited about that 12%, to be honest. I was so deep on him and Monungai last week. It was like, this is the pairing here. They're going to go wild. And it's like Henderson still had the same stupid role that he's had. I mean, he might get the snap count, continuing to rise each week. But, he gave away a touchdown to Terrell Jennings last week, which is not where you want him to be in an obvious spot that would have made his fantasy day. And going against a tougher defense this week, I don't think I want to go to Henderson with the price tag. Also up significantly, but coming up a little bit here. Henderson and Montgomery make lineups work. And like that guy, the guy's chat before, super chat, I don't think DeMercado's really a legit play on a full slate of games, personally.
All right, we got ourselves Suave $1.99 super chat. Fave QB and running back on FanDuel. I'm late, sorry. LOL. It's okay. JK. You're fine. All good. We're just rolling here. Fave QB and running back on FanDuel. So one quarterback who's very different for me between the sites. Brought it up before, Marcus Mariota. I think he just looks completely different on FanDuel, and what he allows you to get on FanDuel is pretty ridiculous. But my favorite quarterback for FanDuel purposes is still Jacoby Brissett. He's so cheap over there as well, 6,900. And I like the McBride 7K pairing. Wild to be paying less for my quarterback than my tight end there. I guess same thing exists on DK, but like just FanDuel, it looks a little bit different to me, but that's neither here nor there. And running back on FanDuel, I think that's where you could probably get away from some of the McCaffrey purely because of the passing game involvement. It has to come by way of the touchdowns. One running back that I think looks pretty interesting for me over there, Tyrone Tracy, 6,300. I know he was kind of phased out to some extent for FanDuel purposes last week. You saw Devin Singletary mix in more than Tyrone Tracy. I think we're going to see it be Tracy heavy more so from here to the rest of the year. I can't imagine that they're just going to run Devin Singletary out there as much as what they did last time around. It'd shock me. So I like the idea of getting to a cheaper running back over there. There's no way around Rico Dowdle at 8K. No way around, some of these other pieces. But Henderson's going to be mega chalk at 5,900. And in the interest of trying to get a little bit different, Tyrone Tracy, I have an 8% of lineups. So I wanted to give you like a different look. But otherwise, it's pretty standard to what I've got over on DK. Anything different for you on FanDuel?
No, I mean, Rico, I think a little bit less good of a play, but close enough that it doesn't really matter too much. The touchdown equity, I think, is really the main thing on FanDuel. I'm with you on McCaffrey being a little bit lower on him there. I think the PPR scam is the part that matters on spots where he's not going to have a huge touchdown expectation, and I don't have one for him today versus the Rams. Travion, I get it. I really don't feel great about him, though, on a half PPR site. Judkins, I'll advocate for on FanDuel, too. Price tag 7,600 there. He and Rico, I think, look okay in lineups.
Junkins. Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know what you want from me, guys. I'm not perfect. Sorry, I can't be perfect.
You've just always got junk on the mind.
Download the Tails app. That's literally all I had. That's all I had. Let's go to the wide receiver position, shall we? Here we've got we got some disturbing stuff coming your way here at wide receiver because some of these idiots that I am playing in the 3K range, I really can't emphasize enough how much I don't recommend it. But here we are, Puka Nacua, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. I brought it up on the onset. I think it's very easy to get to both of them relative to other weeks, depending on, Rico Dowdle exposure, Trevion Henderson exposure, other things. But I want afternoon exposure to these guys. It's not that hard for me to get overweight to McCaffrey. I have a little bit more than this 22% number. That is for sure. And then at wide receiver, Puka, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. I'm more on the Jackson Smith and Jigba side this week for the first time period, purely because I'm on the Jacoby Brissett side, but I cannot say enough about both of these guys. Jackson Smith and Jigba from the clouds. Puka Nacua, I think we always knew was that dude. How you feeling about the expensive wide receivers? I guess still getting a decent amount of Amon-Ra St. Brown, more than I was expecting.
Yeah, I am above the field on Puka, above the field on JSN, more above the field, though, on Puka, getting 2x the exposure there.
Okay.
But JSN getting 38%, fields at 28, the sim top 150 lineups here. Amon-Ra getting a little bit less of, though I did put him in some of my hand build stuff because I do want to play that Detroit ass-kicking kind of build with Gibbs and Amon-Ra and some of that stuff. For Puka, I think the big thing to me and really the difference between him and JSN, these guys, in terms of target share right now, it's gotten really flat. You're talking about JSN at a 37.6% target per out run. Puka, you're at 36.7%. So to a dyslexic person, that might look the same, but it is close enough as well.
Well, why calling him out?
That one, because I wasn't sure about that joke.
Oh my God, that was so good. Sometimes when you say the thing that's just funny, it's just funny. Let's all just chill. That's funny.
But these guys are basically dead even in terms of elite target shares that you don't see many people hitting those rates of. But I do think when you introduce Rashid Shaheed to that offense for Seattle, that's now a curveball to the potential target share, to the downfield scoring. I think for JSN, I still want to be at least with the field and I'm cool being a little bit above it. But I think for Puka, we know what the situation is. And I think people are starting to think, I know Laffy and Ben took a chat where somebody's like, well, yeah, like Puka Nacua has been real dog shit lately. And it's like, no, he's not. It's just he's been hurt. He keeps leaving games. But if that keeps the ownership in check in a spot where he should be competitive today versus the Niners against a secondary that's a lot worse than people realize, I think for Puka Nacua, to me, he feels like the best play overall. But it's an interesting range. Like, I want to play all three guys. I just think Puka is probably my fave out of the group.
Yep. I think Puka Nacua is fantastic. Again, Jackson Smith and Jigba I have more of just because of how much Brissett I've got, and just seems to be kind of a run back who's coming along with it. But Puka is outrageous. I will say this as well. I don't know if I want to have 34% Puka and 1% Davante Adams. His red zone role has been so good that it's hard for me to deny Davante Adams being in a couple more lineups than that. I do think Puka's the exponentially better play. I mean, just look at the projection, but there's no question that I want to get to a little bit of Adams. I think this is kind of the beginning of like the I don't have them range. I like the doubles. I don't know if I love the doubles with Egbuka as much as I love Tez Johnson and getting to a little bit of Cade Otton along the ride. I'm lower on Baker. I think that's kind of the sentiment you had as well there, where not getting to as many of the doubles, but I'm lower than the 18.7%. The Sims have you kind of holding hands right now with Egbuka. I'm just fine getting to a lower allotment there. Nico Collins, Jayden Waddle. I mean, this is just a dead range, I think, this week. And Adunze, you guys talked about him for a quick second. I have no problem kind of hitting eject on that entirely before we get to the 5K range, and have a lot more interest in these guys. But anything stand out to you 6K, 7K? Because I don't have a ton.
Yeah, sim-wise, I really got fed towards Zay Flowers. Obviously, that's a little bit beneath the price here, but basically left me naked on pretty much everybody in this range. And some of that I'm okay with, like Nico Collins getting in a few lineups I think is okay. And again, there were some high ROI lineups out there with Davis Mills and Nico. So like, I don't want to totally poo-poo that, but I really don't have a lot of faith in Davis Mills going against a defense that has played pretty adeptly against a lot better teams. So for Nico Collins, he sort of suffers there. Jefferson, feel like we kind of saw the best day for McCarthy starting out last week, a big upset there. Ownership didn't really work out sim-wise for me, and he wasn't a guy I wanted to prioritize. Though I do think Baltimore's defense is getting a little bit of undue respect given how bad they've been. People keep thinking they're going to get better, and they're not. So maybe McCarthy can do it one more week, and I'm wrong about Jefferson. But like Jefferson, Adams, Egbuka, low on all those guys. Tez Johnson also low on, so that Tampa Bay stack to me was not coming up naturally, and I'm not going to boost it. Waddle, I'm low on. Olave, I like conceptually. I just don't trust Tyler Shuck to give him the a good 15 targets as opposed to whatever he's going to get out there. But this range, I feel like there's upside in this range. The projections just don't make any of them stand out to me meaningfully, and that could be what wins somebody money, because I'm sure everybody's going to feel the same way I do, but for every receiver between 6 and 7K.
Let's talk about like how you can go about winning a tournament, though. And this is the one guy that I didn't even bring up there that I kind of want to I want to get your opinion about this, because Rashid Shaheed is no longer there in New Orleans. And right now, if you're running the Sims as such, no Olave really, Juwan Johnson, Saints. Carolina defense on FanDuel especially is going to be popular. I think they'll still pull a little bit of ownership on DK, although Sims don't really have you getting there. There's Devon Vele, I think is kind of interesting-ish as far as like getting way off the board, where like maybe he gets involved a little bit more. Who takes some of this work? Because I mean, obviously, Carolina's defense has outperformed all expectations for them this season, but is there enough here to take any kind of shots? Because, like, Tyler Shuck, it was a terrible spot to have to land for your first start. You were just going to get steamrolled, boat raced immediately there against the Rams and their pass rush. But this is still a Carolina defense that I'm not 100% sold that they're this good. And I feel like Olave or Vele or something could really, really break on the New Orleans side. If I had to boost anybody in this range, I think it's probably Olave to just not have 1% of him. But I'm curious what you think about New Orleans, because if they're not going to pull any ownership in tournaments, which they probably shouldn't to some extent, I'm at least interested in taking those shots.
Yeah, I wish Tyler Shuck were somebody that I believed in a little bit more, and there was like anything underlying that looks good enough to kind of take that leap. Because like he is 4,300, he's dropping back. What a QB drops back in terms of those rates. 8.6 air yards per attempt. Like he's getting it, not just check down nonsense. He's been awful. I mean, when he sees pressure in particular, he's really bad with a negative 1.2 EPA on those plays and a catchable ball rate at 75%. We're talking like the worst QBs in football. He's in that exact range as well. But I agree with you that I think Olave gets probably like 15 targets in this game because there's not anybody else they're going to want to go to. Valley will get more work, but I don't think he's going to be a great target earner. With only 13% target per out run to start the year, they'll have Cooks out there a little bit. But it seems to me like Olave and Juwan Johnson should be sort of the everything that this offense does at this point. And Carolina's defense, even though they have been better, in particular, they've been better against the run, they are pretty soft against the pass game overall. 0.11 EPA per drop back, 0.12 EPA per pass in the red zone, 0.11 EPA too. So there isn't like underlying skill there. You can make the case to play New Orleans here. And really with how chalky Rico is, if you play a New Orleans stack on the other side, you're kind of doing a thing that I like to do a lot where it's like you're taking the chalk play, but you're making it less chalky by trying to capture a game environment around it. If you hit on Olave with Rico, great. If you hit on Olave plus Juwan Johnson and Shuck with Rico, that's how you really make something unique that maybe has more upside in the field thinks.
Yeah, and I don't think Brandon Cooks is necessarily the guy at 3,400 I really want to take shots on. I know he was on the field quite a bit, but hasn't really been a target earner at any stage of this season. And I just think the Vele side of things is kind of more interesting. He's plus 800. I put a quarter unit on that from a betting perspective. Thought that was kind of interesting to take a shot on just because, again, you're looking at 1-2 touchdown stops here for New Orleans. Not great, but 3,200 down there for Vele. There's at least something that I'm trying to mine out of there. Yeah, probably more from a betting perspective. I think I have 2% right now, but wanted to at least talk about him because Olave, if he absorbs Shaheed to some extent, that's going to look a lot better come next week on the Chris Olave side of things. Somebody who has shown up a lot more in the Sims in weeks past, but yeah, Tyler Shuck, tough to be confident in that one. It's pretty confident to be Zay Flowers right now, knowing Lamar Jackson's now your quarterback, and you've got the discount at 5,900 to account for it. Brian Flores, blitz heavy defense, get the ball out quick. Lamar, Zay Flowers should have a lot of fun here today. I have no problem with that chalk whatsoever. The only thing is that you do have Stephon Diggs, who's not really pulling as much ownership as what I was expecting him to this week. He hasn't been on the field a ton, but he has such a great red zone role. I'm not sure if that's enough on this slate because you definitely need 25 plus more than likely out of this range. I feel the most confident, like everybody does, in the Zay Flowers piece. Ted McMillan, it just sucks that injury happened because I think this would have been a spot I'd like to take some shots, especially from a leverage perspective off of some of those Rico Dowdle lineups. And then Deebo Samuel, 5,600, no Terry McLaurin, trying to make something work here. That's a lot of Deebo Samuel this week against Detroit, but I get it. 5K range, lots of options. Who are your favorites, Spags?
I mean, in terms of the sim ownership, it's a lot of Zay Flowers for me. Got him in 45%, Fields at 19. Deebo, 31%, Fields at 16. Those are massive stands there. Marvin Harrison Jr. also got a good amount of too, almost 2x field on him. It does seem like based on the sim data here, you're getting this range a little bit more. I'm with you conceptually on Diggs. I think he's an interesting leverage play against people maybe chasing Pop Douglas. And Pop Douglas was a guy on Friday. He was coming up a ton of Stokastic sims. And I'm like, they have to correct this because like he barely played. I know Stokastic never really feeds us guys that have like one big game and he's playing like 16 snaps. But Pop Douglas really wasn't a big route winner. And I do wonder if people chase that a little bit more because he wasn't out there for a real role. He just happened to have the massive outlier day, and sometimes the field connects. Oh, Boute's out. This guy went off. He must be good. Yeah. But like I think Diggs, because of that, might be a more appealing play. Just go into the guy that is, your highest paid guy who's had the best target share in a week where people might be chasing just this vacated Boute role that might not be what it seems. So this range, I think, is pretty appealing. I do question going nuts on Flowers and Deebo. I bump both these guys down significantly in terms of my exposures. So I'm like a little bit above the field, but not going crazy. But the sim is the Sims, or the Sims are the Sims rather. And, they're giving you these guys in this range a lot. So certainly taking that, understanding that tournament logic then may make you want to build a little more with the, 6 to 8K receivers. But the value is here for this range. And I get it, even though, man, it wouldn't shock me if a lot of these guys dud out.
Yeah, lower fives is going to be where I live at. I mean, this range right here is the one that I need to have from 4,500 up to 5,500. I need all of these guys. Kyle Monangai, DeAndre split carries early. Yeah, I think that was kind of confirmed and something that we were all pretty aware of. But thank you, Jay Glazer, for all of your insights or lack thereof. We got ourselves Marvin Harrison Jr. there, 28% exposure for me. Obviously, I have a lot of Jacoby Brissett, Wan'Dale Robinson, Khalil Shakira. I'm a little worried that we maybe see higher ownership on him just because Josh Allen, he'd be my cash game quarterback. I think he's a lot of people's cash game quarterbacks. And, well, Khalil Shakir, I think he's probably the guy I feel most confident in that isn't named Dalton Kincaid to be able to stack him up with. So maybe we see a little bit more ownership and some small field stuff where Josh Allen is your primary quarterback, but I guess we shall find out together. Parker Washington, I have a lot more than the 10.7% of as well. Should be getting the slot here, should be avoiding anything that has to do with Derek Stingley Jr. And it's a great Houston defense, but there are so many targets available with no Brian Thomas out there. Jacoby Myers still kind of working himself in, potentially getting some Derek Stingley treatment. Diami Brown, another guy that I'm getting to quite a bit. I'm taking some shots on some cheap pass catchers on the Jacksonville side, Spags. It doesn't feel good, but I do have the most confidence in Parker Washington. Juwan Jennings, the red zone role, awesome for San Francisco. Tez Johnson. I have so much of these guys. Do you too?
Getting a lot of Juwan Jennings, getting him at 26%, Fields at 15, which I'm cool with. I do hate how Mac Jones keeps Kendrick Bourne involved, and it does feel like at some point we have to have like a Kittle outlier day because his target share has been so low. I do think you're getting a good amount of ownership there, really industry wide with George Kittle this week. That kind of an expectation that he bounces back. But if he doesn't, Juwan Jennings has had a pretty good red zone role, like Eric mentioned. He also, we do know has the big upside that we saw last year. Haven't seen as much of this year, so I don't mind being with Juwan Jennings. He's really been the cheapest, highest exposure guy I'm getting. Didn't mention Wan'Dale Robinson. Again, I'm playing that Chicago Giants stuff, even if people are going to be worried about the weather. It only makes it kind of more appealing to me just to give that shot still. Wan'Dale, I think, is a guy, too, that I'm getting a little bit more of, even though he's only coming up 5% for the sim. But Tez Johnson, I feel like if you're using an industry-wide average projection, you're going to get Tez Johnson a little bit more. Really not dumpster diving that much, though. I get what you're saying about the Jacksonville receivers. I think for them, and Parker Washington in particular, it's nice that Jacoby Myers is going to start out wide. But, it does creep into what Parker Washington's role has been. And that's not, I think it's something I want to chase super heavy after he has good games. But I didn't really pay down a ton. I didn't get much Coker, didn't get much Michael Wilson. I didn't get much Cedric Tillman. I feel like I'm kind of locked into that 5K range for the most part.
Gotcha. Yeah, the Cedric Tillman one, Diami Brown, and doing a little bit. I have some Jalen Coker as well, 3,300, 66% of the snaps the last 2 weeks. Somebody that I think will get it more involved. I don't love seeing 24.5 receiving yards as his prop across the industry by any means, but just kind of intertwining that analysis in my sheets into what I'm doing from a DFS perspective. And Jalen Coker, wanted to give him a little bit of love just purely because, again, Rico Dowdle, if you get Ted McMillan somehow compromised and somehow Rico Dowdle doesn't just completely send it open, I like Jalen Coker a lot more than I like Xavier Legette, especially at their given price tags. So Jalen Coker, I think, is the better football player. As he gets healthier, I would be surprised if we closed out the season with a 3,300 price tag, even with Bryce Young as his quarterback. Love the diss of Demario Douglas. I think he's the fish food of the week. Completely with you in that department. Give me your Jerry Jeudy take. This is probably the most annoying piece on the entire slate. I have no clue what to do with Jerry Jeudy. Last year, it was so easy to click on him. You had this amazing rapport between him and Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston ain't there anymore, and it is a huge problem for Jerry Jeudy, Spags. And 3,900, he's simming so well. I get it. I'm still having a tough time pulling the trigger.
Yeah, it's just that Cleveland's offense is so bad. And, it's mostly on, I think, Dylan Gabriel's fault. Just like he's not playing up to snuff here. Only throwing it deep 1.5 times a game, and he's bad when he does that with a negative 0.4 EPA on those plays. He handles pressure at an okay way, like only a 3% sack rate, so he's not taking a lot of bad hits there, but low catchable ball rate at 76%, so not quite as low as some of the other bad QBs we've talked about, but he's nothing special here. Negative EPAs across the board. He doesn't run. But for Jeudy, he is still getting 7 targets a game. He is still getting 12.6 air yards per target. If Dylan Gabriel runs incredibly hot relative to how he's played, and that's possible versus the Jets, you could have Jeudy hitting. And Jeudy, I think, and Njoku, those roles are both pretty solid. Both guys over 6 targets. Like, if things go right, those guys can pay off. But, there's a reason, and it's not all Judy's fault, why he's not catching more than the 2.8 catches he's getting a game while getting almost 7 targets. It's because the ball's not going where it's supposed to. It's and he's not good enough to make it better. So Judy, play him 5-10%. You're above the field there. But boy, he's been a special breed of awful lately.
Special breed of awful. I love that quote. Hey, right. $2. Love this. Top 5 chalkiest plays on DK. Missed the puppet show. Well, you can get a puppet show if we get over 800 likes before the end of this program. So if you could, go to the video description box below. Hit that thumbs up. Goes a long way for Spags. Goes a long way for me. Goes a long way for our company. And these are all good things that allow us to do this free content for you every single Sunday throughout the entire NFL season. But right. Top 5 chalkiest plays. The top 3 are Dowdle, Achane, McCaffrey. We also have Puka and Jackson Smith and Jigba coming along for the ride. Igbuka up there as well. Zay Flowers will end up being your most popular wide receiver, despite the fact that his pool ownership a little bit lower here in the build that I put out there. So Dowdle, Achane, McCaffrey, just keep that in mind as well. And then, Flowers is going to come along for the ride at the wide receiver position. Hopefully that helps you. Hopefully that's the information you were looking for. We've got official Chris P. Cetational? Cetational?
Chris Pacetta's channel.
Well, speaking of dyslexia, $5. Hi, guys. Good luck this week. I'm playing on FanDuel, and I have just under 50% of Rashid Shaheed. I think he will have a monster game. Any thoughts? Thank you. Here are a couple of thoughts. One, Cooper Kupp. Supposed to be back. I expect him to play. I don't think that changes. He's 5,900 on FanDuel. I had looked ahead to this one. I will say this. If you had a type of wide receiver, Spags, where it didn't matter that they didn't know the offense, they weren't aware of the offense, wouldn't you like to know that it was a type like Rashid Shaheed who can just run one direction really, really fast and open the field and maybe get a deep shot? I just get worried about how many snaps he's going to be able to be out there, how much they want him blocking early on, how much he understands the blocking schemes, because that's a huge part of playing wide receiver at the NFL level, especially a team with Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, and something that they still try to establish. Sam Darnold doesn't have some crazy passing allotment on a week in, week out basis. How do you feel about Shaheed in a new role this week?
So, I mean, I would push back on one part of what you said there, which I agree, like the straight line speed and all of that. But Clinton Kubiak is his offensive coordinator now, and he was the guy that led Shaheed to his best fantasy run ever last year. So I think you're talking about he's going to know the vernacular in the offense pretty well. He's going to also, have some familiarity built in with an OC who really helped him produce at a level that he has not produced at since the beginning of last year. So I think for Shaheed, the part that stands out to me is you're playing 50% of him. He's 2.5% expected owned on FanDuel. I just don't think that's normally the way you want to play DFS. We all have our leans. We all have our likes. We all have our locks, Eric. We have a lot of things that we like on a given slate, but it doesn't mean you want to go, nuts on it because you're overexposed in those situations. So you want to play 10%, even 20% Shaheed. I get it. And I said earlier in the video, I think that his opportunity is going to eat away at JSN over the course of a year. JSN's been feasting downfield, feasting in PPR, all of that. But Shaheed is a guy that, again, had really good production, playing kind of a similar role to what JSN's playing. But, you want to be there week 1. I get it. Be there at 20%. Don't go 50.
I laid down on the sword for you earlier in this show, and all of a sudden you just start... The Lannisters send their regards. Just keep it. Just stabbing over and over and over again. What are we doing here? All right, whatever. You're loved. It's fine. Brandon Mahler, that was an easier one. $2. Anyone who you would take a shot on at 3,600 or under. Talked about a couple of those options. Brought up Jalen Coker. Did we talk about Cedric Tillman at all? We didn't really talk about Cedric Tillman other than
we breezed by him, but he's back out there. Yeah.
Yeah. Isaiah Bond out. It's a spot you could take some Cedric Tillman shots. Just, I don't feel confident about it at 3,500, but he's somebody that you can definitely click on a little bit. Probably a little bit more FanDuel utility yet again, because I think he's the flat 4K over there. Cedric Tillman, flat 4K on FanDuel does a lot to make your lineups look a lot better. I was simming some stuff out before the show, uploaded my lineups on the FanDuel side of things before the show. He was involved in, I think, 6 or 8% of it, but at 3,600 on DK, I just don't think he gets enough volume for it to necessarily matter.
Yeah, I'm not mad if you want to play Tillman or anything. I think he's an okay play, but you have guys that are not going to be played super highly that should get that opportunity first with Judy, with the tight ends, Fannin and Njoku. I would take those guys first before I did Tillman, but if he makes a lineup work, I guess you can.
All righty. Lineup's done. LFG will kick it around with us for the next 12 minutes. You can make some tweaks. It's always good to tweak. I'm always tweaking over here on this show with Spags. I should probably find a different way of saying that. But one more time for the people in the back, download the Tails app today.
That was it? That was it more?
Oh, it was fun.
Just doing subliminal advertising now?
Yeah. Download the Tails app today. Oh, boom. 800 plus likes, and we'll get Puppet Lindquist to do a Tails ad read. That would be fun. That's really what the people want, I think, in these last 12 minutes. But I will say this, Spags, probably the most 2 tight end week that I've had all season long. We've got ourselves some options here, and you can see right here, look how much ownership they're pulling. If you want to get to the McCaffreys, if you want to get to the Pukas, if you want to get yourself to the Amon-Ra St. Browns, or for me, the Jackson Smith and Jigbas, the JSNs, boy, oh boy, do you need some tight ends in your life because they look fantabulous. Trey McBride, George Kittle, Sam Laporta, Dalton Kincaid, Cade Otton. These are all guys I have 20% or more of in my lineups, which, again, when you have 100% of the lineup alone there, and then you still get to guys like Mark Andrews, Hunter Henry, Dalton Schultz. I have like 150% ownership wrapped up in the tight end position this week because of the flex. Are you kind of seeing it the same way, or is there anything that you're vehemently against as far as the lineup builds that the Sims are pushing you in, which I think is definitely appropriate this week, 2 tight end builds?
Yeah, definitely. I'm okay with the 2 tight end builds. I do think it's a little Kittle heavy for me in the sim right now. Got him 3x the field. And I think Kittle, part of what he's been brought back to do is like rejuvenate the run game, which sucks for Kittle, but he's not averaging over 4 targets a game, I believe. Yeah, 3.8 targets per game right now. And that includes that first game where he got peppered with targets. Brock Purdy seemingly has liked to rely on Kittle a lot more. And I think, look, Kittle can go in any week. Like I mentioned before, like I don't mind playing him even above the field 16%, but getting him 3x that just feels a little bit rich to me. But, you know, I'm cool with him enough relatively at that price tag, 4,500. McBride, I personally prefer a little bit more if you could afford it, 6K salary on DraftKings, but I got 24% exposure. Fields at 18 and change. I think he's in a good spot really against Seattle's defense, where the 1 weak spot is tight end / slot. That's where Trey McBride gets all of his targets. So that works. But yeah, I like a lot of tight ends like Laporta. We've discussed enough. Goff going nuts here. That game theory. You could play him with Amon-Ra, with Gibbs, with whatever, and just try to capture the Lions, putting up 50 today, which does not seem impossible to me. Kincaid, I like a lot. Wish he played more snaps, but I think he gets a touchdown today no matter what. DFS wise, if he gets you 2, that 4,300 probably will look really good. Even Cade Otton coming up a lot for the sim too, but I tamped him down too. Not crazy about Cade Otton.
Why do we play fantasy football? When Jonathan Taylor scores a 3rd touchdown, 244 yards, he has 60 in my league. He has 60. What am I doing? Why is life the way that it is? Why?
But you know what the good news is, knowing how this goes, just, you know, we know fantasy football well enough at this point. Are you watching video on your computer? Or am I?
You're watching something. Turn the porn off, you piece of shit.
Oh. It might have been ESPN popping up for you. That's my bad. I thought that was you. I was ready. I was ready to tear into you. But yeah, Jonathan Taylor's going to get hurt before the fantasy playoffs. That's fucking how this goes. He's gonna win everybody everything and then not come through and you need it.
Literally everybody is better than me, Chad. Shut the fuck up. I don't care about you. Anyway, let's do this. Finishing out tight end. I just can't. Stop with the Taylor stuff in the chat. We're aware JT is good. I just made your dog bark, I think. That was nice of you.
Oh, yeah, I think Alex and Luke are coming back, so she's out there defending the house from our family.
The tight end position. I really like George Kittle. The other nice thing about George Kittle, remember, friends, what you're able to do is late swap. I like the idea of getting to a lot of George Kittle that I can turn into Jennings. I can kind of mix and match based on what I believe I need, based on what I think I should be doing. Plus, I get early information on the guys I have big stands on, Cade Otton, Dalton Kincaid. Those 2 guys are going to dictate a lot about what I do in the flex for my second section of lineups and so on and so forth. AJ Barner, we did get news. is going to be active. That's a big deal because, well, your boy bet him last week to score a touchdown. I don't think people realize he's your tush push guy for Seattle. And it was pretty valuable to get last week. I don't think it's as valuable at 3,100 on a week where we're going to get a lot of volume here, but keep that in mind for the afternoon slate. AJ Marner is somebody that I'm probably going to be getting to a lot more than what I'm getting to on the main slate, just purely because of that factoid. Fewer games, less opportunity cost. 3,100 does a lot for your lineups, so on and so forth. But any other shout out on the tight end board that is way down the board? Because I can't do Mason Taylor this week. I can't do Greg Dulcich this week. I really can't take shots on guys that aren't these main dudes because 20 plus is inevitable from a couple of them.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I got a little bit of Isaiah Likely, wasn't super stoked about it, but I didn't switch it off. So he's cheap enough and I think works well in some builds. And yeah, there are people, the Ravens have a decent team total. So I can take that shot. I do like Mason Taylor a little bit more than you do. Thought that Justin Fields, and I'm a Fields slappy, so I will buy into the hope here, but thought that Fields looked the best he did the last game they played. Granted, it was against the other Ohio team who's not very good. Cleveland, a much better team overall in terms of the secondary. But Mason Taylor, I think, has one of the better matchups relative to playing the Browns. And if Fields can be competitive today, I think he has your second best shot of hitting in that stack. But yeah, Barner, okay. Higbee, okay. Likely, okay. But I'm with you. This range is not super exciting for me. Bunch of dudes that are fine.
Anthony Davis, do you guys like the wide receiver in flex today versus all running backs? Option 3, tight end, kind of what I just brought up there, kind of the way that builds are going towards. Wide receiver, I think, is always on, DK, it's gone towards the running back position because, well, running back has just dominated football the last year and a half. But I will say wide receiver used to be exclusively what I played in the flex bags.
Yeah, look, I'll never begrudge on a slate where you're getting a lot of tight end or running back, just playing wide receiver and letting that be your game theory way to get different. If you like the lineup, no issue with it, but it does seem like it's more of a tight end in the flex, RB, maybe 3 RB build kind of thing.
Caleb or Fields in my season-long DK point system. Boy, is that super close. I can't imagine that it's... wow, that's going to be terrifying to say. I think you got to go. I got to go Caleb Williams still. I can't do the Justin Fields thing. I can't.
Yeah, I would like the rushing upside for Fields, but he is a bench risk still at this point, and Cleveland's good enough. Caleb will play the full game, and I'm not super terrified of the wind or anything. So I think Caleb's that pick, unfortunately.
Defense. Let's get to it here and get ourselves the heck up out of here because I am in shambles. And while I'm smiling on my face, I am dead inside and nothing matters. Time is an illusion. We're all going to die one day and it's going to be fine, but you can download the Tails app today. Woo! All right, to defense we go, friends. Oh my goodness. Let's just go by exposure here. Jaguars. Mega chalk should be against Houston. It is Davis Mills playing quarterback. It is Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, the ghost of Nick Chubb out there running the football. It makes sense to me that you would get to Jacksonville defense a ton. The one I'm surprised by is the Buccaneers defense. That one I didn't expect to be a Sims du jour. The Jets 2,800. I'm probably going to hit eject on that one entirely, but Saints defense, I don't hate that against Carolina. Giants defense, don't hate that against Chicago with that weather. I like being on the Chicago side as well. I boosted that to get north of the 7% number. Any defenses you've got any kind of a stand on whatsoever?
Yeah, I got Jags the most. I think anybody will. Stokastic data, industry-wide data, you're going to get that. I also got the Bucks at more than 2x, and I'm happy to do that. Again, Drake May, you're starting to see the little foibles rack up, little turnovers that he does contribute to, still has the upside, but really do think that getting away from New England today, getting to the Bucks, some amount of lineups I think is a decent move. I got Cardinals a good amount as well. I think that salary works. I personally plunked in some Vikings, some of my hand-built stuff because I do think the pressure they're going to bring against Lamar offers volatility there. And with how much ownership is coming to Baltimore's side, I think that's kind of a fun play for me. But it seems like a Florida team week, a Jags, Bucks. I guess not the Dolphins. Don't play the Dolphins, do you think?
That's fair. I want to give you a shout out here as we're finishing out the show. SVT Mike, Spags, listen to your best ball videos. Thanks for the dedication. One of my entries has been one in my pool. Oh, and I got Taylor in it. How nice for you, SVT Mike. That's great. I'm so glad you got Jonathan Taylor, but I'm glad that you watched Spags. That's what matters more to me.
That'll help. Having Jonathan Taylor, I'll tell you what, probably really helps out the old advance rate.
Carolina defense, don't hate the idea of getting to a little bit more of them for sure. 2 minutes before lock, we've covered everything nonstop ad nauseum here. What about Cleveland defense? No problem with it, although don't expect the Jets to be airing it out all that much. I do want to try to create turnovers and passing and things of that nature. Well, they're probably going to be losing. So yeah, there'll be some passing in the second half. It's just a question of whether or not Justin Fields is doing it. Doesn't matter as much for defense. 4,500, have Kincaid already, highest projected. Oh, that was the super chat from before. It is Kincaid for me by a mile at 4,500. If you don't have enough to get to Parker Washington, if you don't have enough to do anything else there, I guess Kittle as well. Isn't Kittle 4,500? It's got to be Kittle. It's Kittle for me.
Yeah, I think Kittle would be the one. Yeah. I got FanDuel up. But yeah, Kittle.
Definitely Kittle for me. 4,500 utility Sotex. That's what you need to do. Massive touchdown for Waddle incoming. Oh, I almost knocked over my stuff doing the Waddle. But anyway, Spags, we've reached the end of our boarding walk. 102 tutties. We haven't done that like all year long, so that's a failure on my part, like most things are. Who is your 102 tutty choice for today? And then we'll do the puppet and get the heck up out of here.
I'll go Rico Dowdle. It seems like an easy one. I think the chalk hits there. Other chalk, I'm not as big on this week. Rico, I will be dying on the vine with all you guys out there.
Yeah, it's going to be pain and suffering personified if Rico Dowdle doesn't do very well. I will give you Jackson Smith and Jigba because, well, he's confirmed very good at the game of football and confirmed want to get to lots and lots of him. More of him than Puka. I know that Spags is on the Puka side, but guess what? I'm overweight to both, so joke's on you. You can find him over at the Splash Play Pod over on YouTube. Go follow Chris Spags. Go follow him on X at Chris Spags. Then go check out Splash Play. But I'll let him tell you where to find you because he's been on a lot of NBA streams. It makes my heart happy to see him there as much as possible. But Spags, anything else you want the people to know before we get out of here?
Check out my NBA content Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. on the one of my Splash Play channels, my NFL stuff, Showdowns, main slates, 12 p.m. Monday, Thursday, and Friday. And go check out Tails, too. The thing that I love the most about Tails is that the logo kind of resembles a butthole. And as you guys know, the Eric Lindquist brand has always been very closely tied to butthole-specific humor. So thank you. I think my accent sounds a little weird today. I don't know. I haven't talked for a little bit, so that's kind of throwing me off here. But go check out Tails. What was the song again? Tail. I didn't have anything today, guys. I'm sorry.
Week 10's in the books. I hate Jonathan Taylor. I love Chris Spags. I'm not sure how I feel about Puppet Lindquist. Good Lord, I'm hitting end stream. Good luck. Bye.